I think my roommate is a cannibal. For context, I met Thomas when we were randomly assigned to be roommates our freshman year of college. Nothing seemed to be off with him back then. Yeah, he was out a lot and came back late at night, but I always figured he was just having fun with friends. It's not like I wasn't doing the same. We had 4 semesters of living on campus. 2 years. In that time, he never struck me as particularly eccentric. Maybe a few little things like how he never put any food in our mini fridge, but nothing that warranted genuine concern. It wasn't until we moved into an apartment that things started to become strange. I moved in about a week after he did, a few days before classes were going to start. I was supposed to come in at the same time, but my aunt died and I needed to help my dad with some aftermath there. It would have kept me longer had the start of the semester not snuck up, but that's besides the point. We viewed the apartment together initially, and it was a pretty nice, cozy place. Not exactly modern, but sure as hell cheap enough to make it worth it without said price being shady. Neither of us were bothered. But when I was finally able to move in, the place looked worse for the wear, somehow. Significant enough that I noticed immediately. The paint in some places had started chipping severely, something Thomas didn't even react to when I pointed out. The floors were mostly fine, but a few of the boards creaked particularly loud, which I hadn't noticed at our viewing. Again, enough that it bothered me, and still not enough for Thomas to give a damn about it. Then there was the fact that the lock to the remaining bedroom, mine, was broken. A problem not very easily fixable on a college budget. I asked Thomas about that one, making sure he actually answered me, but he just kind of shrugged it off and told me he hadn't noticed it. But still, okay, whatever. Weird, but probably not a big deal besides losing our security deposit. It didn't matter. The semester started, and the weeks progressed, and that was when I started noticing things about Thomas. Living in an apartment instead of a dorm was the most distant he'd ever been. It's not like he was ever super talkative, but now it seemed like he'd only glance my way and move on, unwilling to do more. In fact, he only really talked to me if it was to snap at me about being clean or quiet. With the former, he was only a little bit of a clean freak back in our dorm, incessant about his own side, but he only got really pressed about it if any of my mess seeped into his. Here and now, though, it really shined through how bad it was. He never touched my room, or anything, but the rest of the apartment had to be spotless, or he'd be pissed. A few times more recently, he's thrown at my stuff because I hadn't touched it in too long, whatever that means. Nothing devastating, but one of those things was a spare charger I had to dig out of the trash and then get sprayed down with Febreze for. Nothing short of annoying is what I'm getting at here. Why he suddenly became really anal about it was anyone's guess at that point. As for the being quiet part, that was an entirely new issue. Thomas never gave a damn if I was loud while playing a game before, but suddenly now it was worth slamming my door open without knocking over. I asked him to maybe be a little more polite about the issue when it came up, but I was again sort of just brushed off. Still, it rubbed me the wrong way how suddenly angry he was getting about the issue. Yes, it was my fault, and I got better about it. But what the hell was with the switch up? Yet, I still just wrote it off. Maybe he had some mental or emotional stuff going on he didn't want to talk about. I could be patient with him, sure. But it got worse. A roommate who clearly labels what food is his in the fridge is nothing to be mad about. Still, a few weeks into the year, I did a deep clean of the refrigerator, one that, to be fair, I'd meant to do as soon as I moved in. But it was too late for that, and now I had to take everything out to scrub it down. Only a few things were his. Most of them were in the freezer. I took them out, setting them aside to clean it up quickly so nothing went bad. Probably no reason to worry about that, but whatever. Once I was done, I was checking over everything as I put it back in when I noticed something with his name on it had an especially pungent smell. It was awful enough that it made my nose instinctively wrinkle up. I put it back down, hastily shoving everything else back into the fridge before turning to it. Nothing really weird, just a piece of meat in tight saran wrap that looked to be still a little bloody. Frowning, I started unwrapping it to make sure Thomas hadn't put rotten meat in the freezer. The odor only got more foul as I did. It was a smell difficult to describe. Though it was what I was worried about, it didn't smell like rotting meat. It just smelled like death. Before I actually unwrapped the whole thing, it had a lot of layers, something I only questioned after the fact. Thomas came home and stopped dead in the doorway. "Why are you touching my shit?" He stormed over after a second, snatching the meat off the table and immediately starting to rewrap it. His hands were shaking. "It smells disgusting, man," I told him, stepping back a little. I wanted to check it wasn't rotten. "It's not. I'm on a diet," he snapped. "Don't take my food." "I wasn't taking it," I hissed back. "Don't touch it." Thomas stuffed the meat back into the freezer and that, then swiftly retreated to his room, barely opening the door and sliding through, leaving me to scrub my hands of that horrible stench. It was then that I really got suspicious of Thomas. The other weird things layered onto that incident that made me start observing him closer. I wasn't trying to stalk my roommate by any means, but looking past the surface made me notice some more things. How half the creaking boards were in front of his room. How he always slipped into his room like he was hiding something in there. That most of his labeled food had that same disgusting odor of death when I checked. Well, sniff tested them. After the first time, I was a little scared to unwrap another one. Maybe it was stupid, but I'd read online somewhere that a reason for creaking floorboards could be that they had recently been lifted up. So another little investigation started, this one intentional. When Thomas left for class, I started checking under the boards, and it wasn't long before I turned up something. A handsaw. Off-putting thing to be hidden under my feet, to say the least. It looked pretty well worn. Clean, but used. Aside from the saw, lifting the board let me see a mysterious reddish-brown blotch stained into the underside of it. That was enough for me to put the board back and stop thinking about it for now. At least until I can come up with a plan. I had a film major buddy, and I managed to convince him to let me use an old video camera of his for science. I hid it in a plant and aimed it at the door to Thomas's bedroom at leg level. Set up to stay at said friends for the night, and then let it play out. In hindsight, a mediocre video camera was a really shitty pick for this, but it did the job enough. I didn't get a live feed or anything, and I was left to wallow in anxiety the whole night. But when I got back while Thomas was out the next day, I could dig the camera out and watch what it showed me, after charging it anyway. It caught 8 hours of footage before dying. Most of it was nothing, which I sped through until Thomas was suddenly pulling up the floorboard. I jumped back and let the video play. Thomas walked into frame, emotionlessly kneeling down and yanking the floorboard up, pulling the handsaw out and putting it down again. He walked into his room, seemingly stowing it away, then left again for another hour or so. When he came back, there was a woman our age with him. They were talking quietly enough that the video camera didn't pick up the words, but I could make a guess what it was about. They disappeared into his bedroom, the lock clicking loudly. It remained quiet for another moment, before the worst, most horribly unsurprising sound met my ears. A woman's scream being cut short. I could barely watch the next 2 hours of footage, all that remained before the camera died. But I did. I sat there in horror, watching Thomas's legs walk between his bedroom, the kitchen, and the door, over and over again, bringing things, wrapping up pieces of meat. At one point near the end, stopping to sit at the table and eat something. I could only guess what. I think typing this out has helped me process it a little, but Thomas is going to be home from his class soon. I'm kind of terrified to leave the room when he's here. I'm worried he knows that I've got him figured out, or at least under enough suspicion to warrant police involvement. I can't confront him. That's a horrible idea. But I think I hear his keys jingling, so I'm going to have to pass him if I want to go to the cops. Wish me luck. If there's no update, well, you know what happened to me. And that was I Think My Roommate is a Cannibal by Zero Anonymous V. What I like about this story is that it's not like, a future roommate or anything. It's kind of a forced situation, if you will. So you've got people in college and in some certain colleges where you live on campuses and stuff like that, they'll assign you dorms, which is exactly what happens here. And what I think is interesting is that early on, nothing too horrific seems to be going on, or at least that he's aware of. I mean, even in the early days before they move into the proper apartment together, it's not very noticeable that his roommate is doing anything strange. You know what I mean? What I think is really fun as well about this story is the fact that there's a lot of very specific details, like the fact that that when now this guy our main character moves into the apartment after his roommate's kind of already moved in, he finds out that like there's certain things that weren't there on the tour when they first checked out the apartment. Obviously, you've got the damage to his room lock, for example, a very strange detail, right? Because it makes you wonder, like, well, why that specifically? You know, there's certain very specific things that seem like they would be more of a problem for our main character, not so much Thomas, the cannibal. It's just strange the fact that he also shrugs it off. Definitely suspicious behavior, in my opinion. And I think another really important detail about that specifically is the fact that it's once we've learned obviously that he is a cannibal, it makes you wonder like, oh, hang on a minute, is our main character potentially going to be a food source if maybe Thomas can't get his needs? You know what I mean? Like he's not going to starve, but it seems like he's always got a backup option there, so long as he can get into his room. Hence why the lock is broken. It's just it's just a very good attention to detail that, is very easy to just brush off. But when you really think about it just adds such an extra layer of like darkness to the story. It's it's horrific. I think this is a great story. I've really enjoyed it. I've really, really enjoyed it. This is, oh my god. Can you imagine living with a cannibal? I mean, when you really think about it, the idea of being a cannibal is it's I don't know. I suppose it's scary. Scary is a good word for it, but not in like a traditional sense where like you see them and you're instantly terrified. I think it's I think it's a ever growing fear of dread. That just dawns on you and grows on you and horrifies you, and then it makes you wonder, oh my god, am I going to be eaten? Sort of a thing. But I mean, there's still like cannibal tribes out there today, usually on like untouched islands and stuff. But that there are cannibals out there. You're not gonna encounter them out and about, so don't feel like you're going to. There might be secret cannibals in society. I'm sure, but I think it's got to be such a minuscule number. You know what I mean? I mean, we've all heard stories about dark web websites that link cannibals and stuff like that together. And I mean, could it be true? Yeah, it probably could be true. I personally have no idea. I have no idea. The thought is, it's pretty scary, isn't it? It's pretty scary. And I personally don't really think I'm gonna jump in that one. That's a bit too dark. That's a bit too dark. But yeah, what would you do if you had a cannibal for a roommate? Would you help him out? Would you make a deal so that you wouldn't be eaten? How could you trust that? How could you trust that? That's tough. Because then it's different, right? It's different if it was a zombie roommate, right? Because I mean they're kind of cannibalistic, but based on their stereotypes of zombies, that they're more interested in your brains than the rest of your flesh. But then we see more modern media; they'll eat humans' flesh and everything. So it's like, yeah, I don't know. I think a cannibal is still scarier. Makes me think of like Hannibal Lecter. I don't think Buffalo Bill ate people. He definitely killed them. He might have eaten people, but he did turn their skin into a variety of furniture. But that's Silence of the Lambs, great film, great film. Anyway, I'll stop ranting. This has been Nate at Night. I've really enjoyed myself, and I sure hope you have too. We'll see you for whatever's next. Take care. First tour: Diary of James Waten, Jurassic Park horror story. 5th of August, 1987. In 3 short days, I will be off to Nublar. I feel like they only want me there for the ad revenue because I'm a paleo and they want to film an ad, which I'm still not so sure about. They want us there to rate the park and give them feedback so that they could finally open for the public later this year. 7th of August, 1987. Tomorrow, a helicopter will come to pick us up. Me, my brother, Andy, and another paleo are all going. 8th of August, 1987. I'm on the ride there right now, and we've been flying for the past 30 minutes. We have some bad weather, and it's not clearing anytime soon. We had a 40-minute delay at the port, but we're here now. We were escorted to our hotels by the owner himself. He's an old but charming man. We didn't really see much of him, though. He's not that talkative. and didn't want to answer a lot of our questions, but still not much of a monster. Smiley face. We are in the hotel right now, and the other paleo is a woman named Sarah. The storm is still going on, and we are bored out of our minds. All we have is a bunch of dino wallpapers and a TV that is not connected to a cable whatsoever. It's like 10 p.m. now. I'll try to get some rest while Sarah and my brother Andy fight over poker. 9th of August, 1987. As I said, it's raining quite hard, and we have nothing to do. But one thing is weird for sure. That being, there are loads of cars driving by. I mean, for a small dino island, mid a tropical storm at 2 a.m., it's quite something. We were told we were getting a guide that will lead us through the whole park at around 8 in the morning. We couldn't sleep, it was like 3 a.m., and we decided to head out and get some coffee or just a drink in general. We were walking in the rain for a while, when Sarah pointed out how little cars there were. "It was like a highway a minute ago," she said. Walking in the middle of the night while a storm of this size is going on is, as you could suspect, quite unpleasant. Not to forget the dino noises that keep waking us up. We could see the cafe from a distance. It was lightly lit up, with what seemed to be only one worker. We entered. The place looked quite nice, so we sat down and ordered ourselves some coffee, while chatting about paleo-related stuff. As we were in the coffee shop, the light turned off, including the TV. Even the street lights were gone for a good couple of minutes. Probably just an outage, because of the storm. We heard dog barks. They were kind of weird, like deep, and they were really loud. We walked back to our hut/hotel, and while entering the hotel, I heard something. I turned and saw a tall, pale creature with a bony face, almost like a mask. It had long arms with long, long claws, and it was just staring. Just staring. 9th of August, 1987. Not the best time to be writing this, but whatever. We called some personnel to investigate the creature of the night, and they didn't find anything yet. We have them on a radio in case the creature comes back. He also gave us some medical aid, just in case. 2:36 a.m. This is kinda weird, but the radio stopped working. 2:57 a.m. Never mind, it is working. They're just quiet? 3:18 a.m. We're calling out for them now. Might be a bad idea, but yeah. 3:39 a.m. Something is on our roof. We're under our bed right now. It's been a while. Might just be going crazy. 4:31 a.m. A jeep pulled up, and they said we must go to another hotel on the northern side of the island. We're driving right now, so there might be some mistakes. Laughing face. 9th of August, 1987. We arrived, and it looks like a research facility, not a hotel. The driver sped off before we could ask anything else, so yeah. We're in this semi-dark room. It has some science stuff and a TV and an inserted tape. Seems like training tapes. Here they are.
Welcome to the third tape for the OBI Sender trainee. Today we'll talk about how to react in case a herbivore dies. You should call for assistance from the Xenobase frequency is 015.093. If they don't answer, drive there by the dirt roads connecting the two. In case a storm hits, do not under any circumstances drive out in the wild. Stay at your watchtower at all times, turn off the lights, and keep quiet. If you don't do as said.
Viewing of this tape is prohibited. Discard it immediately.
10th of August, 1987. So we tried to sleep through the night somehow. It's not as rainy today, so that's nice. So we went through the possible dinosaurs that I could have seen. We went through a bunch, but most seemed like herbivores. I looked at the list of created dinosaurs, while Sarah and Andy try to find the people who are supposed to take us on the tour. 10th of August, 1987. So, I found a dino, and it matches. It's called the Zygmunt Ali Mipus, or the Tropical Mape. It was apparently modified. 10th of August, 1987. And also, one of the tapes had Morse code in it. Whatever that meant. 10th of August, 1987. So, we aren't getting any responses from the Xeno base. We were told to contact it in case of an emergency. I hope they'll respond soon. Guessing they'll not respond, so we're gonna go there for aid and hopefully other people, because I have zero idea what's going on. There were no sirens or anything, just silence. I hope we're not alone. 11:35. We just found a map. I circled our location and the Xeno base. It's about 16 to 18 kilometers, about 11.18 miles. Should take us a while to get there. It's usually a good, probably rocky road, but gets quite bad at the end. Oh, and here's the map. "10th of August, 1987. So, we might be stupid for doing this, but we're going to the Xeno base at midnight. It's getting cold. Stupid cold for a tropical island. This is quite something. So right now, we are heading out of the Bradwick base. The Xeno base is far, but we'll manage. 11th of August, 1987. 1:12 a.m. The muddy road is quite loud, so riding this is a nightmare. Like, we aren't in one already. We hear some bird noises every now and then, but not much apart from those. But we did hear something. It was like some sort of chuckling mixed with bird noises. Hopefully it's one of those prehistoric birds. Hopefully. 4:34 a.m. Andy is dead. I don't know what to say. Andy is fucking dead. That mask mape thing grabbed him by the gut and tore him in half. And there were more than one. More than fucking one! 5:57 a.m. It should have been me. 6:16 a.m. We're in a cave entrance currently. We're both still shaken by the view of my own brother getting eaten alive while begging for help. I just want to die so badly. 11th of August, 1987. Me and Sarah are still in the cave. It's been a while. I think we're going to head out soon. The noise has stopped. I have a camera with me that has a night vision setting. I'll use it to navigate around as it's still quite dark. 7:32. So, we didn't leave quite yet, because when I tried to see if the air is clear, I found this dude chilling by the lake. 12th of August, 1987. I'm pretty sure it's gone, but we'll still be careful, just in case. 1:12 a.m. We passed the lake, and are now headed to a watchtower. The lights are on, and I think I see movement, so we're probably getting off this dump soon. We're trying to avoid the roads, as that's where the tour guide and his rescue team are. Well, were. 3:01 a.m. The dude in the tower is flashing his light. Some sort of code, maybe? 3:14. This thing was stalking us. We are far away now, but I don't want to be calm quite yet. 12th of August, 1987. 6:54 a.m. We're trying to get some sleep on a tree. I hear a river in the distance. I suspect that's one we'll have to cross. 7:37. We woke up from our quick nap. We heard some noises in the distance. They resembled screaming, but I don't want to think about it that much. We gotta move. 8:19. We're at the river now. The current is not all that strong, so we will try and swim over. 9:09. We got over, but as we were running off, this thing rose out of the water and stared down my soul. A 10-foot crocodilian, most likely a Dinosaurs, is also loose here. I snatched a picture and ran off. 12th of August, 1987. 11:10. We finally got to a decent road. This one should take us to the visitor center and then to the Xeno base. We're finally getting calm, but I just can't get over the thought of Andy dying. It's horrifying. The picture of him getting gutted is still clear in my mind. 11:34. We found a restaurant. It's been a while since we ate. Last thing I ate was some ice cream in the coffee shop. Before all of this happened. The restaurant was quite nice. We even found some batteries for my camera, but it's getting weirdly distorted. Well, here's a picture of the place. August 13th, 1987. 15:54. So, we decided to camp it out in the restaurant because we're just too tired to go any further. Also, I have a feeling that there is going to be quite a sight at the visitor center. So we got to get mentally ready for that shit. 21:32. We're sleeping in the attic. Just to be safe, there aren't many noises outside, which is quite horrifying in the situation that we are. 1:23 a.m. What the hell is that noise? August 16th, 1987. Feels like we've been here for months now. We can't even get a good nap. We just have to keep moving. We ran off track a while back. We're lost now, and the map is no help. We've been walking for a while now. Seems like it's been hours. And we made no progress. But there's one thing that caught my eye for sure. Was that we found a lot of fish on the path to the Xeno base. Some of the fish were mauled halfway, and the others didn't even have a single bite mark. Weird. I think we might be inside a paddock. We did go through a door last night, but it was too dark to see what door we went through. I got this picture, and again, my camera is getting worse and worse. August 17th, 1987. It was my idea we tried to rest in the paddock. I woke up in the middle of the night, and Sarah was gone. I found what remained of her seconds later. I can't deal with this. I just can't. I just want to go home. My camera is starting to get quite low on batteries. 17th of August, 1987. Guess the only thing I can do now, find a gate out of this paddock. The end. James Waten was found mangled in Paddock 4, or the Majungasaurus paddock. He was found on the 19th of October, 1988, 1 year after the island was abandoned. In his backpack were the diary, a camera, a sketchbook, and a VHS tape. Here's the tape. And that was the first tour, Diary of James Waten Jurassic Park Horror Story, or as I like to call it, the Timby Tapes, by Timby on our Discord server. So I really enjoyed this, and I'll kind of tell you why. I've obviously got... What was that? I'm glad it was caught in the recording. Weird. It looked like it was just kind of fluff. I didn't see it anywhere. Anyway, where was I? I've always been a fan of dinosaurs, Jurassic Park especially. Just really fun. Really, it's just fun, isn't it? I mean, yeah, okay, maybe it's no longer scientifically accurate, the dinosaurs and everything, but the fact is, it's fun, isn't it? It's fun. The concept of dinosaurs is incredible, and it certainly makes things a lot more. There's certainly a bit of fluff going, and it certainly makes things very enjoyable, you know. And so when Timby was kind of sharing that he's been working a little bit on a little analog horror Jurassic Park kind of thing, he was like, "Oh, that sounds really good." And so I remember a little while ago, maybe a couple of maybe a month or so back, in one of the streams, one of our watch streams, we covered, I think, two of his videos that he's made for this specific project, which they're gonna most likely be in here as well. I'm sure they will be. And I was quite thrilled because it's really well done, to be honest. Like he's done a very good job, and I feel like this is just the full story of the actual, like, what correlates with the tapes, and so it's just nice to be able to really give it its own day in the sun. You know what I mean? I think things that are especially, people deserve a chance, if you ask me. I think everybody deserves a chance to kind of be creative and to have fun and to just kind of go with things. And that's what I try to instill in the community that I've got on my Discord and even just on YouTube and Facebook or whatever, what have you. I try to go through everything with quite a positive mindset and a fair open mind, because I might have my own opinions, but I'm not gonna like completely berate people and destroy them and stuff like that. I think that's just a bit too much. That's too mean. Doesn't really work in my head. I think kindness, respect, and understanding, a lot of these things, you can have constructive criticism and positive feedback and things like that, and I think that's understandable. And so for me, I've enjoyed this story. I mean, yeah, it's a couple little, maybe grammatical errors here and there, maybe some misspellings and stuff, but yeah, it doesn't really, it's not heavy enough that it takes away from the story. It doesn't really pull you out of it too much, Plus, if you can kind of interpret it in the right way, like I tried to do, it all turns out fine. It doesn't really ruin the story, in my opinion. You know what I mean? Now, if it's like super heavy, like tons of misspelling, tons of grammatical errors, nothing really makes sense. There was one story I read, and it was just pure run-on sentences the entire time, and it was so frustrating to read. Because it's just like it never ends. There's no commas, there's no periods, there's no semicolons, there's no breaking up of a sentence. It just kept going and going and going and going. It just, you're just like, oh my god. If it happened once or twice, you're like, okay, I could forgive it. But when it's the entire story, and it's oh my god, I got so frustrated recording that one. But not this. This was really nice. I've really enjoyed doing it. I'm really glad that Timmy's made it. I'm really glad he shared it with all of us, and he's allowed us to make this video. Honestly, you should be very proud, Timby. This has been it's been awesome, man. You've done some really good work here. Some great little analog horror videos as well. Really good, man. Keep up the good work. Keep driving your passions. Don't be afraid to try things. Really proud of you, man. Good stuff. This has been Nate at Night. I've had a great time, and I sure hope you have too. We'll see you for whatever's next. Take care. I've fallen through the floor, and now I'm lost. Day 1. So, I'm in a bit of a situation. I've been on the verge of panicking for the last hour or so, but I've calmed down. I'm not sure where I am, and wherever this place is, didn't have reception for a while. Until now, which is why I'm here writing this. Let me explain. I was out in the court playing basketball with my friends, and my friend Drew passed the ball to me. I was going to catch it whenever it struck me in the face, and suddenly I just fell through the floor. I think it was some kind of trapdoor, but I didn't see one when I landed. From there, I found myself in this basement, or office space. It's completely vacant though, and weirdly built. Rooms are randomly segmented, and the corridors stretch endlessly. At first I thought it was just a really big empty building, but I'm starting to realize I have absolutely no idea where I am at all. The carpet is yellowed and mushy, And the wallpaper has weird patterns with a wooden trim sometimes. It's very poorly put onto the walls behind it. I tore away some earlier, and it just revealed wood. And the oddest thing of all, this whole place is lit up by shitty fluorescent lights. They buzz very loudly, and never actually turn off. I've wandered for a few hours, now? Probably. It was around 9:32 p.m. when I went to the court. So when I fell in here, it was probably about 9:52 p.m. My phone says it's 12:32 a.m. as of writing this. My reception isn't very good, only about 2 or so bars. It's very intermittent too. I haven't found anything in these disgusting hallways that is that significant. Although a few odd finds are a dark and decrepit area, some area with red wallpaper that smelled like iron I didn't go into, and an area with polka dot wallpaper. I have my phone and a shitty flashlight on me, alongside a wallet with my ID, some coins, a Kit Kat wrapper, and $23. I have a granola bar and a plastic water bottle on me if I need them. I'll keep you posted. Reception is going out. Day 2. It's been quite a minute since I last talked, but there have been some developments here. Wandering around these halls, I did find a crate labeled Supplies and managed to pry it open. It had these weird, unlabeled water bottles with this tan-colored drink in it. Upon drinking it, it tasted like cough medicine, but it did feel rejuvenating. I kept it on me. It's very nourishing, like a liquid ration. Exploring a bit more, I found another area with polka dot wallpaper. It was eerily vacant, except for a wooden table I found at one point. Past this point, I ended up having to trek through a dark area. I couldn't shake that I was being watched. While I was in there, I remembered a very distinct scratching noise at one point that I heard close to when I left. Past that point, I lost myself to the corridors again, and eventually I ended up finding a supermarket past a staff-only door. It didn't look like it was even supposed to be there. The right side of it had supermarket shelves and extended into darkness. But ahead of me along the wall was a China Express. It did have some food, and funnily enough, it was preserved. I had my fill before leaving, not daring to go into the pitch blackness or even dare to shine my light past there. I left the supermarket and dodged to another direction, heading through the hallways to the right. After a while, though, I eventually ended up finding a dark room with crates spread around it, unlabeled. Looking inside, I found more of that drink. That's when it happened. I was busy grabbing some of that substance, which I guess I'll call medicine, ? Unless suggestions are given. When I heard a loud thud nearby, I dug behind a crate and something wandered through the room. Very big. Made these groaning noises and it smelled sour and disgusting. I peeked at one point and I'm not even sure what I saw. My most recent event is finding a window looking into an empty room. I'll keep in touch more. Wi-Fi is better. That is awesome. I feel so good when reading this. I feel so excited. I feel like when I learned that the developers of my favorite horror game, Inscription, were making a new game. I feel so pumped and excited to see what happens next. Also, don't go near the windows. Day 3. So, some weird stuff has happened, I think. I don't think it should be another day, but it is. So I'll mark this as day 3. Anywho, I got a little feedback. I shouldn't go anywhere near the windows. And I guess I'll take that to heart considering I have no idea where the hell I am. And I'm starting to wonder, what happened to my previous life? Will I be reported missing? Maybe I shouldn't think about it. This is my new reality, I guess. But there is always something I'll miss from where I came from. These hallways never seem to end. Always progressing further without my permission, making me feel very, very lost. Which I don't like. The buzzing of the lights is getting kinda mundane to me at this point, though. I guess I'm getting desensitized to it. Well, new developments. Diagonal walls. It's not much, but I guess the place feels more lively. Some differentiation is good. Oh, and also pillars. I went through a gigantic grid room of pillars. I've been a bit more paranoid ever since the big thing showed up, which, now that I think about it, he was only very tall. I'll call him Mr. Sour, because he smelled very sour. I'll try describing him, but it was like a shadow man, but contorted and walking completely backwards. He also had a paper bag on his head that I couldn't get a good look at. Good Wi-Fi developments, averaging around 2 to 4 bars now. I know only earlier I kinda accepted that I'm lost in this new reality, but what about my mom? Or my dad? He was on a business trip. Or my best friends Drew and Sally? Fuck. I feel more than ever that I have to leave. But I've wandered for miles at this point and have found some notable things, but not ever an exit. I might lose my mind in here. Holy shit. I found some notable things. There's a room with an elevator, but down a side hallway, there's a room with an open vent that has a "Thanks for shopping with us" sign above it. Which one do I take? Take the elevator. Also, I don't recommend looking at anything that's like a creature or something like that, and don't go near them. But Mr. Sour, keep an eye on him whenever he's around, but also try and stay as far away as possible. Day 4? Question mark? It's been very isolating. As my spectators have suggested, I'll take the elevator. The elevator has led me up to what seems to be some kind of absolutely gigantic mall area. I'll attach a photo. I'll label this as day 4 because, according to my phone, it's another day. Around 2 p.m. Looking around the mall, it's very eerie. There's this constant mall music playing without end. Everything feels so gigantic and imposing. Almost like I'm David staring down Goliath. I've also begun to wonder, being trapped in this hell, separated from the world outside, what do my spectators think? I don't know where I am, and I almost feel like I'm in a coliseum. New development, guys. My phone clock stopped working. It now fails to list anything except for 000 AM. I have no way to keep track of days, so I'll just be posting the posts with a question mark after them. I've been followed. Let me explain more in depth. I think Mr. Sour is back. I've wandered around a bit more, and in this corridor, I heard this weird clicking noise. Almost like a computer mouse being tapped. Suddenly, I got this really irritating smell before I heard a loud bang from behind me, and turning around, I saw a ladder fall to the floor from around a corner. The clicking got more intense, and I heard wet footsteps. So I shoulder rammed my way past some boards blocking a shop entrance before heading into the staff-only door. I'm in these weird pipelined concrete corridors now. They're super dim, and I haven't been able to find the end of them. I've heard some creaks, but I think it's from the pipes depressing. Oh shit. I need to leave. I suggest going back to the mall and find an exit there. The darkness would give any creature an advantage, but in the mall, hop through the different stores, staying by the walls, and if you hear different noises, could be multiple other creatures, so running would be the best choice. Day 5? Question mark. Okay, fuck. I saw Mr. Sour again. He didn't see me, but was looking for me. He was moving completely backwards like always, but seemed to be searching. I managed to hide in some kind of side room. I locked the door and I heard him outside. He started bashing on the door, but left after I think he heard something. I left and tried to go back to the mall, but no such luck. Instead, I found a metal door. Should I take it or keep exploring? Open the door. If it doesn't seem good, keep exploring, but stay near the walls for quick hiding spots and turns. He's dead by now. And that was I've Fallen Through the Floor and Now I'm Lost by Kitty Snail on our Discord server. So I still feel like there's a potential that there could be more of this, which is exciting because it's not exactly like crazy horror elements. Obviously, it's very backrooms, which is awesome. Very cool to have a backroomsy story going on, especially with a bit of fan interaction to kind of gives people choices, allows a little bit more creativity and fun. You know what I mean? I think it's I think it's really good. I think there's a lot of good detail in there. You got a nice picture as well. It helps add to a story, in my opinion. And yeah, I mean, obviously, if it turns out that we don't hear from our backrooms explorer, then Foof is probably right. Foof could very well be right. He could be dead by now. But you know what? That's still an ending if that's the case. And that still kind of works. The fact that we were able to piece that together ourselves. But who knows? If it turns out there will be more to this story, I think we're all very interested to find out where it's going to go. I mean, who doesn't love the backrooms? What a fun, crazy place. You know, I mean, you've got so many cool videos about it. You got so many cool games about it. I still occasionally play Escape the Backrooms with my girlfriend Jenny. We do a bit of streaming of that. That's quite fun. And I've been recommended to play the Classrooms, which I think is another backroomsy game, which I'll probably end up streaming at one point, or I might make a video on it. I haven't really fully decided. I think people want me to stream it, so that's probably what I'll end up doing. Maybe on a weekday or something. I'll kind of try to come up with a time. Anyway, very good job, Kitty Snail. Yet another awesome little story. And if it turns out there is more, well, I guess we just have to cover it again, don't we? Make more of a story. No problem. Very, very good, though. You should be very proud. It's a nice little story. And Ink-Loaded Bullet, good suggestions. That was really good. Trying to keep Kitty Snail safe. Very good, very good. And then Foof coming in with the element of realism at the end. This has been Nate at Night. I've enjoyed myself, and I sure hope you have too. See you for whatever's next. Take care. Never steal from a mannequin. I'm writing this as an attempt to reconcile the insane events that took place over the last 48 hours, and to help ensure that I am indeed still within my right mind and have not completely lost my grip on reality. My name is Anthony, and at the very least, it still feels like I am still alive. I survived what could be described as an attack, though most who I tell this tale to will never believe me. For the thing that attacked me, assuming I am even remembering it correctly, was not a person or an animal, but an inanimate object, and it nearly killed me. It sounds crazy, but I know it was real. It had to have been. How else did I get these injuries and this coat? I will try my best to summarize the events as I can still remember them, since I blacked out during portions of the last few nights and cannot recall with full certainty all of the events that might have happened. It was winter, and during the height of the holiday shopping season, and I was at my local mall browsing around for whatever caught my interest. I was just kind of wandering from store to store. It was fairly late, and the mall was getting ready to close, and many stores were already preparing to shut their doors. I remember seeing an odd-looking store I had not seen before. A large sign above it in Gothic-style font indicated that this was The Proud Tailor, and it caught my attention, so I decided to see what was in there. I remember walking in and seeing it was predominantly a clothes store. It was a strange little shop, with a lot of unique, almost old Victorian-style clothing, and other accessories that would seem more at home a century earlier. I wondered if people shopped here for costumes or actually wore these antique-style clothes. I was unable to get an idea of the genuine intent, since I seemed to be the only person still in the store. Besides the clothes, there were also old accessories and other items like canes, umbrellas, and in one case even an old cavalry saber on the wall. I found it strange they seemed to sell all these antique relics and old clothes in a generic mall, next to standard outlet stores and other chain clothes stores. But I thought maybe there was some new market for Victorian-style clothes making a comeback, and continued on further into the store. The back of the store had something that arrested my interest even further. It was a row of very odd-looking mannequins. I always found mannequins sort of uncanny. So many depictions of them in horror stories coming to life made me uneasy around normal ones, and these particular specimens seemed to be repellent and off-putting enough to be even worse. Something about how they were designed. The poses and expressions seemed almost lifelike, and even more disturbingly, they wore what appeared to be pained expressions, like they suffered some anguish in silence, rather than the normal expressionless faces others tended to be molded after. The clothes they wore were of apparently very high quality, and they did indeed look very impressive. As I was staring and half gawking at a creepy mannequin with the worst look on his face wearing an impressive large fur-lined overcoat, I felt the strange compulsion to reach out and touch the coat. I was startled out of my trance, and embarrassingly, I let out a cry of surprise and checked myself when I realized I had been approached by a member of the staff. A young-looking woman had reached out her hand and had intercepted mine, blocking it and indicating to a sign by the mannequins that read, "Mannequins in their display clothes must not be touched." Apparently, these particular specimens must not be touched at any time. The store worker indicated these were very valuable antiques and were oddly not for sale, despite the normal intention of mannequins functioning as a way to help sell the clothes they are meant to show off. The store worker offered an apology and asked if I needed help finding anything. I said I was okay, but my curiosity got the best of me, and I asked her why they had them at all, if the clothes they wore were not for sale. She paused briefly, as if considering her answer carefully, and said something sort of strange. She said, "We just don't like to be touched." She paused awkwardly and corrected herself. They don't like to be touched. Just admired. The clothes they wear are very rare and valuable and are more for decoration. Please respect our rules and do not touch or we will have to ask you to leave. She kept saying we when it seemed like she was the only person here that was working. The way she stared at me when talking was kind of creeping me out. And I noticed that in a minute or so I'd been talking to her, I did not notice her blink a single time. I was taken aback, and was kind of stammering for a response when she interrupted me and said, "Oh, look at the time. We will be closing up soon. Please let me know if there's anything we, or rather I, could help you with. But do hurry. Thank you." She smiled and turned around, rearranging and fussing over a rack of dusty dresses. I politely acknowledged and thanked her for letting me know as she walked away. Though, I'm not sure if she heard me or almost seemed to be ignoring me now. I was about to turn around and walk out of the store, but I looked at the back wall and regarded the creepy mannequins one last time. Then, as I turned to leave, I heard the strangest thing that stopped me from departing. I heard what sounded like someone saying my name. It sounded like someone was calling me from the back room of the store, near where the line of mannequins was. I thought maybe someone else might have my same name on the staff, but no other staff seemed to be here. I looked back towards the front of the store near the exit, and then at the row of dresses I had seen the store employee, but she was nowhere to be seen. I almost wrote it off and chalked it up to paranoia due to the creepy vibes this place was giving me. I turned once more to leave, but then I heard it again, louder than before. Against my better judgment, I slowly approached the back door again, and this time I leaned in, trying to hear if my name was spoken again. I crept in so close to the door that I accidentally pressed against it when I stumbled over a cord on the floor I hadn't seen, and the door gave way and opened with a creak into the back room. I caught myself before falling on my face, but I had stumbled fully into the back room, and as I stood up and tried to regain my balance and composure, I was assailed by a strong mixture of something rotting and a rank mildew-like smell. I was surprised I hadn't been able to smell it in the store with how strong it was. I instinctively covered my mouth with my hand and held back nausea at the pungent smell. I suppressed a shiver that I first attributed to the deathly smell, but then felt around me in the air and realized they must have an air conditioner cranked on back here, because it felt freezing, a full 20 or 30 degrees cooler than the main store. It was dark as well as I could scarcely see anything beyond what the light of the main store carried into the entryway of the back room. I wanted to leave there and then with how disturbing the back room seemed to be, but just as a last check and to give in to some voice in the back of my mind, I called faintly into the room, quietly stammering and then eventually committing to and letting out a wavering, "Hello?" I held my breath, both in fearful anticipation and as a means to keep from breathing in more of the reeking miasma. I exhaled after a long pause and turned around to leave. Then I heard a slamming sound as if heavy iron bars crashing to the ground, and whipped around to see what had happened. I walked out toward the front and saw that an abnormally heavy iron gate had fallen down over the entrance, and only a apparent exit, as if they had started to close already. I spoke up and shouted, "Oh, hold on, I'm still in here. Hello? Anyone? I'm still here. You locked me in." I searched frantically for the young woman who worked here, but I could not find her. I walked back again to the disturbing back room and thought maybe she had gone back there without me seeing her somehow. The back wall of mannequins had caught the corner of my eye, and I thought I counted one too many compared to how many were there. I cried again, apparently in vain to anyone who might be here to listen that I was stuck in here, and they needed to open the gate when I heard a voice from the back screaming, "Save us!" I ran back to see who was calling for help, and as I stumbled into the darkness of the back room, shouting out to see where the voices had come from, I felt my legs wrenched out from under me, and I was thrown a good 5 or 6 feet away from the door and slammed hard into the wall, landing bad on my head. And that was the first time that night I had blacked out. I woke up with a gasp for air that was immediately greeted with an intake of rank, icy air. I realized I was still in the back room. It was almost completely pitch black where I fell, and I rose shakily to my feet, clutching my head, my vision still blurry, and worried I might have a concussion. I did not know what the hell happened. I remember hearing cries for help and running in only to be launched and slammed into what is apparently an old, ornate curio cabinet that was built surprisingly solidly, since there was no damage on it despite the damage it had inflicted on me crashing into it. My mind was racing now, as lucidity ebbed back into my scattered and hopefully not damaged mind. I remembered the gate and the cries for help, and knew that I must be locked in still. I didn't know how long it had been, and I looked at my phone and saw it was 1:45 a.m. Definitely still closed, I thought. My phone was close to dead, but it was the only light source I had back here, so I turned on the flashlight and hoped it would at least get me out of here to the front, where hopefully, even closed, the store would have some small lights remaining on. It was deathly silent in the store. No more voices, no buzzing lights, no sounds at all. I stumbled my way back out to the main floor, and was happy to see that some dim lights did remain on in the store. I switched off my flashlight to save power, and immediately tried to see if there was an area in the store where I could get reception on my phone to call for help, since upon checking the time, I noticed I did not have a single bar previously. To my dismay, there was not a single spot that had any reception. So I gave up, and headed for the entryway and the heavy gate. I thought maybe a night security guard might be in the mall, and I figured maybe if I made enough noise, I could attract their attention, and they could get me out. I grasped the bars and was disappointed it was not one of the lighter shutters that I could shake to make more noise, as they were shockingly sturdy and did not move at all when shaken. So I decided to strike the bars with my hands to hope that it would ring out, but the sound was fairly dull and muffled. I kicked at them with similar results. No good. I would need something sturdier or louder. I shouted for help to anyone who could hear, but the darkness beyond the gate seemed to swallow the sound. I looked around to see if there was something that would make more noise on it, and that's when I remembered the old saber on the wall. I began walking again toward the back wall, when I felt a gust of chill air that made the hairs on my neck stand up. It was getting very cold in the main store all of a sudden. I thought maybe they just shut off the heat, and since it was winter, it would naturally get cold at night. But the onset, when it had been warm before, was a rather strange contrast. I reached the back wall, and the air around the back room was positively frigid. There was no way this was ambient temperature. It had to be some sort of AC that was running. It was too cold. I saw the saber on the wall, and as I approached it and began to reach up to try and remove it from the wall, I caught a sight of something in the corner of my eye that almost made me lose an involuntary scream of surprise. All the mannequins on the back wall close to the saber were looking at me. Not just in my direction, but their heads were actually tilted at a specific angle to be looking directly at me, where I was trying to take the sword from the wall. The pained expressions were gone, and they all appeared to have stony, serious looks now. The change freaked me out, and I thought someone was here with me, playing a cruel trick or something. I was emboldened by my frustration at the thought, and mostly to not give in to the mounting fear the situation had caused. I called out, "Is someone there? Please, if this is a trick, it's not funny. You're holding me here against my will, and that is a crime. If you let me out now, I won't press charges. But I mean it. Stop with the gag and let me go." Silence was all that responded. Suppressing my feeling of dread, I remembered what I was doing before, and reached up and, with not some minor amount of difficulty, removed the sword from the wall. It pulled off with a crash as the whole mounting plaque came off as well, and I stumbled again to the ground. I'd pulled too hard, and landed on my shoulder this time. It was painful, but better than landing on my head and passing out again. removed the hooks attaching it to the mounting plaque, and felt a renewed sense of confidence holding a weapon now. I didn't think I would actually use it, as stabbing someone playing a prank was overkill, but maybe it could leverage some intimidation if someone was not taking my pleas for release seriously enough. At least I could use it to make more noise as planned. So, I returned to the gate, and began striking the sides of the saber on the metal bars, and hearing a satisfyingly loud metallic clanging reverberating and echoing for yards in all directions from the gate. Someone has got to hear this, I thought. After striking at the bars for over half an hour, I began to lose hope. How could no one be hearing this? What was security doing? As I stopped swinging the sword and paused, I once again felt the creeping chill. How had it gotten so cold? It is freezing near the gate as well now. As I was considering what to do next, I heard a rattling and clicking sound coming from the back room, and then another gust of freezing air struck me. Over the next few minutes of sitting there shivering, I started to worry I might get hypothermia. It kept getting colder somehow, and felt colder in here than it ever did outside at night in winter. I looked around for something to cover myself in. I was only wearing jeans and a t-shirt, and left my coat in my car, since I had suspected I might buy a new one today. I kept searching around and only found dusty old dresses made of thin materials, almost falling apart. For some reason, now at night, they looked much older and worse than they had before. I was starting to get worried again, and I had a desperate idea come to mind. I remembered the large overcoat the central mannequin was wearing, and considered that it might be the only thing that fits me, and is warm enough to combat this bizarre chill. I didn't like the idea, but I would rather not freeze to death, so I had to find something. I approached the wall of mannequins again cautiously, walking up and not breaking eye contact. They still appeared to be staring where the saber was on the wall, so that was good, I thought. I paused for a moment when looking at the ugly thing. It looked worse in the dim light than before. Its face still a distorted rictus, while it looked to have seams at all the angled joints that were fraying and displaying what appeared to be strange metal gears underneath and something on top that looked disturbingly like a type-on synthetic instead of the standard plaster or plastic they were traditionally made of. I suppressed a shudder of both anxiety as I eyed the weird sign again and recalled what the woman had said and of the lowering temperature. I pushed past it and reached out to grab the collar of the coat and slipped it off the arms of the creepy mannequin, trying to do with it as little contact as possible with the disturbing thing. I managed to slip the coat off of the mannequin with no issue, stepped down off the step and quickly put the fine coat on. It was a very fine quality, a little musty, but very nice, and it was warm. Thank God. Very warm. In fact, it felt like it was not just the material keeping the cold out, but it felt warm like an actual warm-blooded person had been wearing it. As my mind raced and my skin started to crawl, I looked back up and fell back onto the floor, staring up at the face now looking down directly at me. The mannequin's former serious face had changed into a grimace of anger, and its eyes were staring down directly at me. "What the fuck?" I gasped as I instinctively crawled back a few more feet from the hideous thing. My heart was racing, and I stood up and clutched the sword I had dropped until my knuckles turned white. "Hey! Who the hell is doing this?" I screamed. "It's not funny. I don't want to hurt you, but I'm getting freaked out. So, congratulations, you got me. Now kindly cut this shit out and come out where I can see you." I shouted my frustration, giving vent to a stronger and emboldened voice free of some of the fear from the previous moment. Another long pause, and nothing happened. I continued. "Alright, if that's how it's gonna be, then you asked for it." I held fast to the saber and reached it out to put the blade at the mannequin's face. "One last chance to show yourself, or the fancy, creepy-ass mannequins are getting cut to pieces, starting with this one. And the fancy clothes for good measure if someone does not get out here and let me out." Still, no response. I looked around trying to focus and see if I heard anything or saw any subtle movement around the store. As I looked back, the other mannequin heads were staring at me now, with looks of what could be described as fear on their faces. "Alright, enough of this shit!" I shouted one final time, and reached back my arm and swung the saber in a long arc right across the mannequin's face and neck, where a fine cravat was covering a portion of its disturbing human-like neck. I was not prepared for what happened next. An anguished cry of pain, and a deep cutting sound of skin being sliced were immediately followed by a jet of blackish blood spurting from the now open neck wound on the terrifying mannequin. Oh my god. I thought to myself, was someone in that one? Is that a person? Did I just kill someone? I backed away from the macabre scene, the blood pooling on the floor near the mannequin, and as I backed away, I saw it fall down onto the floor in a crash, limbs contorting in a morbid tangle of which I thought, due to the static nature of mannequin poses, should be impossible. Holy shit. Holy shit, I killed someone. I kept repeating over and over in my head. In retrospect, it may have been better if I had, for I was truly not prepared for what happened next. I backed away until I was almost to the front again, not taking eyes off the horrifying spectacle, when the back door flung open, and standing there in the dim light was a slender figure wearing what appeared to be a mannequin head-like mask, with many long nails and thread seams protruding out of its skin. It carried a hacksaw and some sort of odd scissors or shears, and was caked in that same disturbing blackish fluid which may or may not be old blood. It walked forward with an otherworldly alien motion, and stopped and stuttered as it tried to move, jerking all the while like some nightmare marionette puppet. I was speechless and stunned by the absolute nightmare image of the scene. The thing got closer and turned its head to regard me, and then looked down at the side of the now apparently slain mannequin? Puppet? Person. Still bleeding on the ground in front of me. There was a terrible moment of protracted silence as I held my breath, not knowing what to do when the monster spoke. Thief. Murderer. The thing shouted in a grating and hissing whisper, and it began to lurch forward after me, its arms upraised with its tools and its bizarre half-static facial expression shifting to one of pure malice. My fight or flight kicked me out of my dazed horror as the imminent threat was staring me in the face. Whoever this psycho was, they had upped the game from creepy pranks to attempted murder. Despite the weapon I held, I panicked and ran to the front gate, vainly shouting and striking the sword on the bars, screaming for help. The thing kept on, lumbering toward me, its arm holding the hacksaw raised over its head, and its murderous gaze never leaving me. When I realized again no help was coming, I gripped the sword with renewed vigor and turned to face the nightmare person or thing that was attacking me. I faced it again just in time to see it move with disturbing speed and was leveling a blow at my head. I had just enough time to raise the blade on instinct and almost accidentally parry the blade with my own. The thing hissed and lunged forward, trying to stab me with the wicked scissors it held. I tried to back away, but the gate was to my back, and I stumbled awkwardly into it, and couldn't fully disengage myself due to the locked saber and hacksaw blades, and I felt the terrible stabbing pain bellow as I saw the scissors sinking into my side. I screamed in pain and pulled back, very stupidly twisting to try and fall away to the side, and I had successfully moved to the side and away, but made the puncture wound even worse as I almost passed out due to the unbelievable pain. Only adrenaline and fear kept me conscious. I gasped and fell back from the oncoming thing. It paused awkwardly when it could have moved in and delivered a killing blow. Can't let you go now. Can't let you go now. Can't. It began mumbling. No, don't want to kill it. Leave us alone. The thing seemed to be arguing with itself, or some imperceptible other entity I could not see. I cautiously backed up and used the bizarre reprieve of the thing arguing with itself to crouch down and fall behind some rows of clothes in an effort to hide. I heard the mumbling get louder, and then it was punctuated by a tortured shriek and frantic footsteps back in my direction. I held my breath and gripped the saber with one hand and my bleeding side with the other to stem the flow. I had to think fast, but before I could decide on a course of action, another horrifying thing caught my attention. The back row of mannequins had begun to scream, and as they screamed, they slowly and methodically began to outstretch their arms. A metallic screech like grinding gears on rusty hinges let out as they did so, and eventually they were somehow pointing their fingers directly at me and where I was hiding. In another moment, a saw blade came slamming down next to where I was hiding, and I heard the monster thing, its gears grinding, its ligaments straining and tearing to move faster in its murderous pursuit of me. I screamed, but managed to rise to my feet in time to avoid another stab directed at my heart. I knew I couldn't escape, so I had one last chance. Summoning what little remained of my nerve and knowing if I didn't fight back, I would die to whatever this thing was. I held the saber out in a blocking posture as I rose fully to my feet and frantically looked around to see if something could be turned to my advantage. The thing swung again for my head with its saw, and I was ready. I backed away and sidestepped it while catching the back of the hacksaw and redirecting it into a nearby fixture that caught the blade and momentarily trapped it. The thing tried to capitalize and attempted another lunging stab, but I was ready. I shifted hard to the side and brought my own sword arm down onto the wrist and handle of the scissors and cut the monstrous form's hand clean off. Emboldened by a surge of adrenaline and not wanting to miss the opportunity I'd created, I leapt forward, almost stumbling, but catching myself by grabbing the creature's other arm and leading in with the tip of the sword, stabbing it into and fully through the monster's chest, impaling it and sticking it into the ground by a full several inches of sword now sticking into the ground beneath it. Breathing hard, I stood up, my own leaking blood now mingling on the floor with the horrible creature's bleeding chest and severed hand. It was indeed pinned, and struggled uselessly, but it in fact seemed to be slowing down and hopefully dying, I thought to myself. It began a raspy wheeze, and I thought I heard it mumble, "Please." Against my own better judgment, I bent down and heard it trying to speak. My own morbid curiosity got the better of me, and I felt a strange compulsion that I acted on almost unconsciously. I reached out and began pulling the disturbing mannequin mask/head off of the thing. There was a nausea-inducing peeling sound, and a disgusting smell pervaded the air as I pulled, but eventually it came free, and I cast the awful mask aside once removed. I don't know what I was expecting, but the fantastical expectation did not match the reality I beheld. What I saw, in fact, was the face of the store clerk I had met earlier. Her face was covered in blood, but it was definitely her. The reality of the situation I saw horrified me again, and the gravity of the situation kicked in, and I realized I had likely killed another person tonight. "Oh my God, lady, why?" I began to shout. "What the fuck, lady? What did you come after me? What the hell were you doing? Why did you do all this?" I was shouting and almost crying. I can't believe this had all happened, as I was pacing and bleeding and freaking out. I heard her begin to mumble something. It was shaky and sounded different than before. She spoke softly, almost inaudibly, and I had to bend down to hear her. "Thank..." She started and coughed up a spurt of blood. "Thank you. I can finally be free. You need..." She tried to finish, and then her eyes bulged, and she began in a panicked tone. "You need to leave now. The key. The key in the back." She was unable to finish, and she died, eyes wide, mouth agape, not looking at me, but past me to something behind. I turned around and heard a nightmare clattering and clanking and twisting and shambling of many disjointed limbs, shuffling toward me, and saw that all of the remaining mannequins had gotten off the wall stands and were moving toward me in a nightmare procession of gangly limbs and grasping hands. All the faces now had shifted to wide, full grins, with blazing eyes hungry with intent, and the effect was so terrifying I nearly went mad. Then the horde of bodies spoke in a stuttering, buzzing sound that began quietly and got louder as they moved in closer and closer. "Join us. Join us." My momentary sanity regained from before, when I thought my danger was a human source, had fully snapped now. I remember pausing briefly and rubbing my eyes as if to check that I was truly seeing what I was seeing, and even now, I doubt I truly did. Then my stupor broke, and I screamed and turned and ran as fast as I could, my tired body struggling to respond and still losing blood fast. I willed myself faster than I ever moved before, and rushed into the back room and slammed the door closed, and groped around for the cabinet I slammed into before, and pushed it slowly and painfully into the door, blocking it and praying the things would not be strong enough to dislodge it. There was a brief quiet, and then the door and cabinet began heaving as a crashing, pounding sound resounded outside. I knew I didn't have much time, so I brought my cell phone back out and turned on the flashlight. It struggled to cut through the gloom, but I had to look fast. I went further into the back room than before, and the awful smell intensified, until I saw what looked like another door leading to some sort of office or vestibule. I pushed on, and almost retched at the foul smell that seeped out when I threw the door open, and then I saw it. human skin, viscera, and other body parts splayed out on tables and shelves, along with fine gears, sewing thread, and plaster mold of arms, faces, legs, and torsos. Savage rusty tools of the surgical variety, and also of the blacksmith and tailor, lay around the canopy of human and mechanical detritus. Blood and a strange oily black substance stained the walls, tables, and in some cases even the low ceiling in the place. The horror and revulsion of the sight almost made me pass out again. There were bodies in various states of transfiguration, as if this place had to be some sort of hellish flesh tailor that was creating these abominations. The same creatures that were even now trying to break the door in the other room down, and likely do the same to me. I frantically looked around the nightmare operating room and saw the glint of something that I hoped might be the key to the gate. It was on a small corkboard, near where a gruesome sight lay splayed out on the table nearest to it. The table had what appeared to be a head lying on it. With closer inspection, I saw it had a human spinal column protruding out of a blank, expressionless mannequin head. I suppressed a shudder and moved faster as the bashing of the backroom door intensified. I reached past the table and up on the wall and did indeed find a strange-looking ornate key, which I hoped to God was the key to the gate out of here. But then I felt a horrible realization. I had the key. But how would I get back to the front of the store when those things were out there attacking it from the side and trying to get in here? I would have to go through them to get out, I thought hopelessly. Then I heard a thunderous crash and knew they had toppled the large cabinet. Then a splintering sound followed, and I knew the door was breached. I panicked. There was no way out, I thought. I heard the droning voices again, and the shambling, clattering sound of metal and bone and sinew grinding together in a nightmare parody of human movement and sound. In my blind desperation, I shut the inner door, but nothing was available to barricade it. I knew I was going to die. But then I saw something, and almost laughed at my panicked hysteria. Something I wish I had seen before. What I saw was a small red handle that indeed upon closer inspection appeared to be a fire alarm. I remember laughing to myself madly, even as the things threw themselves at the inner office door. I reached out and grasped the handle, just as they began breaking the door apart, and the shrill fire alarm blared into life, pealing its thunderous warning. "Someone had to come now," I said out loud to myself, and looking down at the deep red stain of blood on my undershirt. I took one step to try and move, and I fell forward on my face, my comfortable new coat falling around me like a blanket as I passed out of consciousness again. I woke up about 12 hours later in the hospital, and I was told I was raving and screaming about mannequins and lashing out to the point I had to be sedated while my stab wound was treated. Apparently, I had been found by a mall security guard in the morning, on the ground, near the technical corridors leading to the store's back rooms. The man was shocked I had not bled to death with how bad my wound was, but he called an ambulance and I made it to the ER where I was stabilized. When I did regain consciousness, I was questioned by the police about what actually happened, and I told them the more believable portion of the story. I told them about the woman, the worker at the Proud Tailor, and how she had stabbed me and I was forced to defend myself. And then I blacked out after losing too much blood, and had pulled the fire alarm just before to try and get help since I was stuck in the store. The two officers looked confused, and traded a few words with each other in a whisper, and then asked again if I was sure that was what had happened. I was worried they might think I had murdered someone, or that I was lying, but that was not what they took issue with. The sergeant in charge of the investigation was puzzled because, as he said, "There is no store called the Proud Tailor in the mall you've been found in," he continued saying. "There does not appear to be any record of any business licensed under that name in this state." I was reeling, and I stammered out, That can't be true. I know that's where I was. I was stuck there all night." I almost started screaming about the mannequins, the body parts, the possible mass murderer who operated the shop, but checked myself and felt that he already probably thought I was some drug addict or madman who they found covered in blood alone in the mall after doing God knows what. I thought if I continued on about this, I might be arrested, so I fell back into my bed and told them I felt like I was going to throw up. They left after taking my statement, but I knew they would likely be contacting me again. I would have to stay here for a few days recovering, but I asked for a small journal so I could write down some of what I remembered. But in truth, to help examine some of my confused thoughts and record this message I am writing now. I feel like it's the only safe way to write down the full record of what happened, and as I write, I begin wondering if it was all just a terrible dream. But when I asked for my cell phone and personal effects, I was told my phone and wallet were missing. All that I was found with was the clothes on my back, which apparently also included a long, elaborate overcoat with fur trim. My stomach dropped when I saw the coat, and I thought I might pass out again. I knew then that I hadn't been dreaming. As the reality of the situation struck me like another blow to the head, I had an idea. I looked down at the collar on the coat to see if maybe there was some store name on the tag to indicate the real existence of this phantom store I had been trapped. I thought maybe then, with the tag as proof it existed, someone might believe my story. Instead, I saw a message that will haunt me forever. One which will ensure I never sleep soundly again, even if I were to burn that coat and never go outside again. The tag had no store name, no price point, or barcode. Hell, no washing instructions. No. All it had was a small message, written crudely in black ink, or was it something else? All that was written on it was simply the phrase, "We will see you soon." And that was Never Steal from a Mannequin by Bad Andy the Red. So, let's talk pros and cons first off. Pro. It's a really great long story, kind of a little bit more in-depth analysis behind The Proud Tailor, which, if you remember, it's from I was a security guard in a store that doesn't exist. So this is a story that's connected in the same universe and everything, which is awesome because I really like that security guard story, and I was really excited to kind of read more about it, about the Proud Tailor and the stuff going on with it and things. And it was exciting, and this is a really great story. There's a lot of interesting detail in this. It kind of paints a little bit more of a picture, but at the same time, you still don't know exactly what the situation is. You still know that the store can kind of just shift whenever it needs to or whenever it wants to. You don't know if it's really controlled by people or some other form of entity, perhaps. I do understand that people can work there. We do understand that now, which is cool. So we have seen it in an actual environment of being a store compared to the original story that we read. Yeah, there was a lot more world building behind this one, which I really, really enjoyed. Let's talk cons real quick. I don't mind the fact it was long. I like a long story. That's always quite fun. But some of these sentences were just a little bit too run on, too long, too grammatically confusing and strange, and it made it a little hard to read at parts, I'll be honest. But that's the only real bad thing I can say. So just as constructive criticism, I'm not trying to be super mean or anything. That's just, these are my opinions based on how I read it, you know. I really enjoyed the story though, but I mean, it made me think of quite a few things. It still makes me think of I think there is a Goosebump story about a store that, like, I don't remember if it was a tailor or something like that, but a store that would do a similar thing where it would kind of be able to shift and disappear and stuff. There was also, it makes me think of Channel Zero, the television show I talked about ages ago in another video. But that's got a house that can do the same kind of thing where it could just kind of shift around. I think it's like a haunted house is what they call it. Really strange, but it's got a bit of a backroomsy vibe as well. Very interesting. What else I like about this is there's a little bit more info about the mannequins. And I mean, obviously, we can kind of tell that they're kind of made from people. We don't know exactly how much, what percentage, or how they work or anything like that. The fact that they're kind of alive is always a weird one. It's just horrifyingly creepy, which yet again makes me think of Condemned Criminal Origins. Perhaps one of the first reasons why I personally hate mannequins. Back in my youth, anyway, and it's just haunted me ever since. I mean, not seriously. Like, I don't actually hate mannequins, but like mannequins in any creepy environment, fuck that. That's just me. I really no. This was a really fun story. I like the fact that it was longer and that it was so strange. It was so off-putting. I like the fact that we got to see a store employee, but even so, it felt like she was clearly trapped. She was just kind of put in this situation. She doesn't have a choice. But I find it so interesting. So, because when she comes out of that back room, like with the creepy mask and all demented and ready to kill him and stuff, clearly she's trying to turn him into a mannequin, or kill him or something along those lines, right? Be able to have him be usable to the store. but she only appeared after he cut off the head of one mannequin. So maybe it's like they have to meet a certain quota, maybe they have to have a certain number in stock at all times or something. Not entirely sure. Not entirely sure. Yeah. I could keep breaking this down all day, but I mean, this video is already going to be over 30 minutes long, which I think is great. I love me a long story. I think there's nothing wrong with that. It's just I don't want to bore you guys too much with my ranting and rambling. Although if you want me to do more ranting and rambling videos, breaking down stuff and talking about things, I'll do that. Just kind of let me know. But either way, this was an excellent story by Bad Andy the Red. I was really happy to see more Proud Taylor things, and I'm really excited to see if there's going to be any more. I'll have to keep a look at it because Bad Andy the Red, Bad Andy the Red, he contacted me about this story and let me know, which was amazing. And he goes, "You should cover this." I was like, "I'd love to cover this. Absolutely, I love this Proud Taylor stuff. It's so eerie, creepy. It's just in the right kind of way. You know what I mean? Oh, I love it. I absolutely love it." This has been Nate at Night. I've really enjoyed myself. I sure hope you have too. We'll see you for whatever's next. Take care. I've seen a lot of strange things when sailing. Some of them still haunt me. I spent nearly 18 years sailing. I loved it. I loved being on the ocean, the smell of the sea, the feel of the wind in my hair, and the sunsets were the stuff of legend. I spent time with the military, on fishing boats, and even doing security for cruise ships. Every experience was different in its own right. Security on a cruise ship was nothing like serving in the Navy, and military service was completely different from fishing. I had a lot of weird encounters in my time at sea. There's one though. One that has clawed its way into the depths of my psyche. One that taught me a crucial lesson. Don't bring your kids on a cruise. I was working security on a major line. One I won't name for soon-to-be obvious legal reasons. Our job was primarily to maintain order during concerts and in the bars, dealing with folks when they were belligerent. It wasn't glamorous, and it often ended up with at least one of us getting puked on. But I made good friends and usually had a pretty good time. Even got to see some private concerts that I otherwise never would have had the opportunity to. Then, we had the incident with the kids. A mother had come to the security office and reported her kid was missing. She was distraught and babbling. But what we were able to make out was that the kid was last seen near the pool. So, we began our search there, and tore the ship apart from top to bottom. There was no sign of the missing child. We assured the mom we were doing everything in our power to try and find her kid. But we had nothing. There were no leads, no clues, no signs of the kid. The following day, we had a report from another parent, stating that their child had vanished during the night. Again, we searched. We even investigated guest rooms. Again, nothing. We checked surveillance footage and saw no sign of anything weird in either incident. Both kids were last seen with their parents. That was when I first noticed something weird. The kids were seen leaving with their parents, but as we watched the footage to find anyone suspicious, we saw the same parent appearing from somewhere else. They would look around and begin to panic. Then they'd run in the same direction they had gone with their kid only a few moments before. I had no clue what was happening, and when I asked the others, they were just as dumbfounded as I was. Kids kept disappearing, vanishing right under their parents' noses. We were up to 10 reported lost kids, and we were no further in figuring out what the hell was happening. We questioned the parents, and showed them the footage, and they were just as lost as we were. None of it made sense. I was losing my mind over these lost kids, and I wasn't getting any closer to solving the problem. I spent the next few days poring over camera footage, looking for any sort of clue. Meanwhile, more kids were disappearing. We'd gotten to the point where we were advising parents to keep their kids in their rooms as we prepared to make an emergency port call and get real authorities involved. Then, we got our first real break in the case. One of the lower deck workers had come to the office, complaining of strange smells in the boiler room. When we went to investigate, we found one of the deckhands, Javier, dead. His hands looked like they had been burned by some kind of chemical, and something had pierced his chest. As we continued our investigation of the boiler room, we found other strange things, like a slime that seemed to coat parts of the wall. With the body, we decided it was time to lock down the ship and find his killer. Javier's body was taken to the morgue, while the rest of us went to the armory and collected small arms. They were usually locked up and only distributed in case of major events like pirates, but we all felt it would be better if we weren't caught unaware by whatever it was that had killed the deckhand. We split into groups of 4 and began to sweep the floors, telling the passengers to stay in their rooms while we investigated the incident. That was when I saw him. Javier was at one of the rooms, gently rapping on the door and whispering something. I raised my weapon and called out to him. The deckhand looked at me and raised his hands into the air. His face looked wet, like he had just gotten out of the pool, and his hair clung to his head. "Hey, what seems to be the issue, gentlemen?" he asked nervously. The issue?" I started, keeping the weapon trained on him. "Is that you're in the fucking morgue. Who are you?" Javier said nothing. His eyes seemed to grow wider, and as his hands slackened, I noticed they were too long. His forearms hung past his knees. His mouth seemed to droop until it looked more like a fish's. I fired. I shouldn't have, not in an area with passengers, but I did. I don't know if I hit the thing that was Javier, but it dropped to all fours. Its arms and legs extended outward like a crab as it rapidly scurried away. We gave chase, pursuing the thing through the halls. I was amazed by how it moved, leaping onto ceilings and running along walls. We didn't dare fire at it again. It was like it knew just the right places to move to keep itself in a position of relative safety. Until it started heading down into the lower decks. We tailed the thing through engineering and maintenance rooms, following it as it ran until it burst through the boiler room door and we cornered it. By the time we had caught it, it looked nothing like Javier anymore. Its face was bulbous, and its eyes were just a pair of inky black pools that seemed to take up over half its face. It panted with that fish-like mouth, revealing long, sharp fangs. Its hands and feet were webbed, and it seemed to secrete some kind of slime over its body that gave it a weird sheen. 6 of us managed to catch up to this thing after we radioed it in. We kept our weapons trained on it, waiting for it to make a move. Its neck expanded like a frog's, as it stared at us from its position in a corner, near the ceiling. There was nothing human about its appearance, but I felt like I could sense an air of fear coming off the thing. One of the other guards aimed his weapon at the thing, growling. "This little freak probably killed all those kids. You saw how it looked like Javier. Maybe he doesn't need to kill someone to take their face." The creature's head tilted as it belched out a glob of clear slime toward him. I watched in horror as he covered his face, the slime splashing from his weapon directly into his eyes and onto the exposed skin of his head. He screamed almost immediately. The clear slime smoked and sizzled as it came into contact with him, burning into his flesh and melting his weapon. Within seconds, he was on the ground, convulsing. I redirected my gaze to the creature. It was still in the same spot, eyeing the rest of us warily as its neck began to expand again. I wasted no time. I took a shot at the thing's face. The bullet found its target, and the creature shrieked, a long and inhuman groan as it fell from the wall and onto the deck behind one of the boilers. A couple of us stayed to check on our comrade, but myself and another guard ran to find the thing and confirm the kill. It was gone. All that seemed to remain of it was a vaguely humanoid water stain and what looked like pieces of kelp. We searched everywhere, and there was no other sign of the creature. Our co-worker was taken to the infirmary, but he ended up dying a few hours later. The doctor said it was severe chemical burns, and when I told him about the thing we saw, he just shook his head. "Best talk to the captain," he murmured. When I explained the incident to him, his lips tightened and he sighed. "We aren't going to find any of those kids, I'm afraid," he muttered. "What makes you say that?" I inquired. "Marrow don't leave bones." "Marrow, sir?" He exhaled and stood. "The sea's full of them. Normally, they aren't a big problem. We have insurance and payoffs for this kind of thing. Don't worry about it." "What kind of thing? Does this happen a lot?" "Not often. They're pretty frightened of us. Every now and again, one will get gutsy. They prefer to eat kids. I don't know why, so don't ask me. I only know there are far fewer reports of adults disappearing." My confusion only mounted. "But what are they? Sea monsters? Mutants?" "They're marrow. You ever heard of mermaids? Sirens?" I blinked. There was no way that thing I saw was a mermaid. Don't look like they do in the movies, do they? I wanted to argue with him, but nothing about that last hour made much sense to me. Like I said, put it out of your head and be glad you got out of it in one piece. I've seen more of them in my travels after that one, most of the time in the ocean itself. They watch us as we sail past them. Oftentimes, I wonder if they're gauging whether or not they could take us. I know what they can do, and I know there are worse things in the sea than the marrow. It's one of the reasons that, after 18 years, I won't go anywhere near the ocean. And that was I've Seen a Lot of Strange Things When Sailing, Some of Them Still Haunt Me by OK Programmer 6938. So what I like about this is typically a lot of people's assumptions about mermaids is usually like really pleasant, like Little Mermaid and everything. They're all like good creatures. But like a lot of creatures, whether it be through mythology or just creative thoughts and everything, there tends to be, good versions and bad versions of the same thing, right? Like, I mean, fairies is a fantastic example. There's good fairies, there's bad fairies, some of them call fae, etc., etc. Elves, that's another good one. There's a variety of different kind of elves. So with mermaids, and in this case, Merrow, if you ever Google Merrow, what you'll tend to find is that they're a little bit more like monstrous looking like, and in some cases, yeah, like in this one, they can kind of shapeshift a little bit, but not like perfectly. They're not exactly like a mimic or like a doppelganger or a skinwalker. They're not exactly anything like that. They're just kind of like, in this case, eating people, which is a thing that you do hear about in the mythology aspect of sirens, mermaids, Merrow, and stuff, that they can eat people. It's just a thing, it's cool. It's creative. A lot of monsters eat people. There's nothing new. But you don't tend to hear much about Merrow themselves. That I definitely would think of them more as like the more monstrous versions of mermaids. And in some cases, especially through like Irish mythology, they tend to appear quite a fair bit as Merrow, more monstrous creatures. And there's like one or two cases even where they can walk, like they have proper legs and stuff, compared to just the typical like big floppy fishtail that we're so used to seeing. No, very, very interesting. It's definitely, I mean, I've definitely heard the word Merrow like once or twice before, but it's definitely not something you hear an awful lot about. It's usually just mermaids or sirens, and then obviously when it comes to sirens, they're more known about like they're beautiful women out on these like rocks out at sea, and that they're singing these beautiful songs which lull men to their deaths and like make them crash their ships and stuff, and then the sirens kill them and eat them and stuff. Not always eat them, but usually they eat them. It also reminds me of like harpies, how like the beautiful flying women from a distance that yet again in some cases they sing, but they usually kind of screech more like, and that they'll lull men into a false insecurity and then tend to kill them and stuff. It's same kind of concept. Really cool, really fun. It's a nice little story. I really enjoyed this actually. It security on a cruise ship. Didn't see that coming. I thought it was going to be kind of like that ship and container story, or maybe some kind of fishing vessel. Security on a cruise ship. Definitely a cool little. It had a little bit of like a Die Hardy edge to it. It was nice. It was really good. Really, really enjoyable. I certainly enjoyed it. I sure hope you did too. This has been Nate at Night. We'll see you for whatever's next. Take care. SCP-002. Item number, SCP-002. Object Class, Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-002 is to remain connected to a suitable power supply at all times, to keep it in what appears to be a recharging mode. In case of electrical outage, the emergency barrier between the object and the facility is to be closed and the immediate area evacuated. Once facility power is re-established, alternating bursts of X-ray and ultraviolet light must strobe the area until SCP-002 is reaffixed to the power supply and returned to recharging mode. Containment area is to be kept at negative air pressure at all times. Teams including a minimum of 2 members are required within 20 meters of SCP-002 or its containment area. Personnel should maintain physical contact with one another at all times to confirm there is another person present, as perception may be dulled, skewed, or influenced by proximity to the object. No personnel below Level 3 are permitted within SCP-002. This requirement may be waived via written authorization from 2 off-site Level 4 administrators. Command staff issued such a waiver must be escorted by at least 5 Level 3 security personnel for the duration of their contact and must temporarily surrender their rank and security clearance. Following contact, command staff will be escorted at least 5 kilometers from SCP-002 to undergo a 72-hour quarantine and psychological evaluation. If deemed fit for return to duty by psych staff, rank and security clearance may be restored when quarantine expires. Description: SCP-002 resembles a tumorous, fleshy growth with a volume of roughly 60 cubic meters, or 2,000 cubic feet. An iron valve hatch on one side leads to its interior, which appears to be a standard, low-rent apartment of modest size. One wall of the room possesses a single window, though no such opening is visible from the exterior. The room contains furniture which, upon close examination, appears to be sculpted bone, woven hair, and various other biological substances produced by the human body. All matter tested thus far show independent or fragmented DNA sequences for each object in the room. Refer to the Mulhausen report, cross-reference document 00.023.603, for details related to object's discovery. Reference: to date, subject has been responsible for the disappearances of 7 personnel. It has also, in its time at the facility, further furnished itself with 2 lamps, a throw rug, a television, a radio, a beanbag chair, 3 books in an unknown language, 4 children's toys, and a small potted plant. Tests with a variety of lab animals, including higher primates, have failed to provoke a response in SCP-002. Cadavers as well failed to produce any effect. Whatever process the subject uses to convert organic matter into furnishings is apparently only facilitated by the introduction of living humans. The Mulhausen report. The following is a brief report detailing the discovery of SCP-002. Subject was discovered in a small crater in northern Portugal where it struck the Earth from orbit. Encased in a shell of thick rock, the fleshy exterior of the object was exposed by the impact. A native farmer happened upon the site and reported his findings to the village elder. Subject gained SCP attention when a Level 4 agent posted in the area detected a small radioactive anomaly generated by the object. A collection squad of SCP security personnel, led by General Mulhausen, was immediately dispatched to the area, where they quickly secured the subject in a large container, and performed initial testing with subjects recruited from the nearby village. 3 men, individually sent into the structure, subsequently disappeared. Upon discovering this deadly property of the subject, General Mulhausen issued a Level 4A termination order of any witnesses, roughly 1/3 of the village, to ensure no outside knowledge of the object and initiated its transport to SCP facility. Data expunged. During preparation for transport, 4 SCP security personnel were inexplicably drawn inside the object, where they too immediately disappeared. Following inspection, it appeared as if the object had grown several new furnishings and was beginning to look like the interior of an apartment room. General Mulhausen immediately ordered the requisition of several Class 3 hazmat suits for the remaining security team members, who proceeded to lift the container onto a waiting freight ship for transport to the SCP containment facility. Data expunged. Data expunged. Following the termination of General Mulhausen, SCP-002 was re-secured by SCP staff and brought into special containment in Classified, where it currently resides. Staff with clearance below Level 3 has been denied access to the SCP-002 container without prior approval of at least 2 Level 4 staff after the Mulhausen incident. The Mulhausen incident. Tyler Palmer leaned on the railing of the freight ship, taking in the droning of the vessel's engine and the salty aftertaste of the air, watching the rich red sun melt into the ocean. He swore, to no one in particular. It had been a bad day. Palmer was a Foundation containment specialist, and though that usually carried many problems with it, today had shown itself to be particularly troublesome. He had been ordered to permanently leave the comfortable office he'd spent years making into something of a home for himself, just so he could work in the field with an active SCP, one that had already killed 7 people in a single day, and then stick with the thing until they finished moving it from rural Portugal to a secure base on the French coast. This SCP-002 was already shaping up to be a handful. And there was also the throbbing, bitter pain in the forefront of his mind, left from knowing this operation he was in had resulted in the deaths of dozens of innocent people. Even if he was there when it happened, maybe there wouldn't have been anything he could do to stop it. All they'd done was take a look at the meteor that had fallen outside of their village. Protecting Foundation secrets, the general said. How should they have known the thing was a skip? The general didn't want to take any chances, though, and they were all out of amnestics. Of course, not all of this information was officially provided to Dr. Palmer, but word gets around fast when everyone's stuck on the same boat. Still, the deaths weighed on him. They were unnecessary, in his opinion. But it wasn't about his opinion, was it? The only opinion that mattered was the general's. General Mulhausen, captain of SCP-002's containment operation, was a strict, severe old man. He was a militaristic relic that had passed his prime ages ago. His insistence that he be referred to as General was one aspect of this, as were his expeditious decisions and the stubbornness with which he upheld them. But he was damn efficient, and everyone knew it. He may cross the line from time to time, but he would get results. It was lunchtime, though, so he banished the thoughts and put on a smiling face. Just gotta stay positive. At the mess hall, Dr. Palmer found his pal Rob sitting alone with his hamburger. He was older, and balding a little, but Dr. Palmer felt like he was one of the few sane people working this operation. Need a partner? Dr. Palmer said as he slid to the opposite side of the table from Rob, putting down a small stack of case reports next to him. I'm just eating, not ballroom dancing. But sure, have a seat, Rob said in a friendly, if not dry tone. Can you believe this operation? Stuck on a boat with some important anomaly and we can't even see it? Dr. Palmer complained, poking at the food on his tray. Classified information? Now that's a joke. I'm supposed to keep it contained. Can't do that if they won't let me know what it actually is. Yeah, they're being real hush-hush about whatever they're keeping down below us. I mean, I don't know a thing about it, and I still have to process the papers for it? It's bullshit, Rob grumbled. Rob had the stature and dead stare of a man working a job with too many hours and too little explanation. Workplace rumors and secrets, particularly the classified kind, were the only thing that provoked a bit of liveliness in him. And you know me, gossip's the only thing that keeps me alive. Yet I've heard nothing. It's driving me crazy. I know, Dr. Palmer agreed. Tomorrow, I should get more details though, since a bunch of people are going to get involved in testing, Rob told Dr. Palmer as he inspected his dry hamburger. But you got stuck studying it up close, didn't you? Just overseeing the research. If the general wants to get me up close to this thing, he's going to need to find a new containment specialist fast. Dr. Palmer let out a chuckle. I don't know what he wants to do with this, but stick any important personnel close to something as dangerous as that, and we'll be abandoning ship faster than the hair abandoned your head. Oh, come on, Rob rolled his eyes. That's like a joke Matilda would say. That's your daughter, right? Yeah, I miss her to death. Rob stared off into the distance then, catching himself. Slammed his fists against the table. Ah, this damn boat. I miss being home. I think we all do. Dr. Palmer nodded sympathetically. Dr. Palmer thought of home, but his mind came up blank. His parents had never given him a real home, those scumbags. And since he lived at the Foundation, he didn't have much of an actual residence besides what was provided to him. He banished the confusion to focus back on the conversation. Anyways, you were seeing what this thing is, right? What it does? Rob asked, the curious glimmer returning to his eye. Honestly, not a clue. All they've told me is that I gotta transfer across the seas on this heap of metal to beautiful France, land of snails and wine. He mimicked the last part with an atrocious French accent. At least until they have this new skip sealed away into a tight metal box where no one will ever have to deal with it again. So it's small enough to fit in a box? Rob raised an eyebrow. No, I don't. Palmer sighed. He probably knows just as much as me right now. I'm overseeing testing in about 2 hours, though. Dr. Palmer grabbed his files as he stood up and prepared to leave. Sorry, but I gotta go through these case files again before we begin any testing. Take it easy. Hey, I think I wrote one of those reports. Rob craned his head over to snatch a glimpse of papers. Dr. Palmer pressed them close to his chest. Sorry, need to know basis. Can't have a number cruncher knowing about the person cruncher. That is literally my job, Rob said with a bit of hurt in his voice. But anyways, good luck out there, Rob called as Palmer left the dining facility. Seriously, don't die. He was only partially joking, and Dr. Palmer knew it. In a cramped metal office, Dr. Palmer looked over hastily scrawled notes under a dim, faltering light. The only information available came from the containment team when they weren't overseeing the troubled capture of this thing, so there wasn't much to work with. Different reports pulled together a picture of a ball of flesh, twice as tall as a person. crashing into a field back home in Portugal. Notes from one agent described 3 villagers being ordered to walk one by one into a hole on the side of the ball under threat of gunfire. None of them came back out. Another report documented 7 total deaths from the thing. There was no information on who the other 4 deaths were. Personnel, maybe? Either way, it was impossible to understand with what he had. He dreaded it, but it looks like he'd have to ask the general about it. So much for a trouble-free voyage, Dr. Palmer muttered to himself. Discrepancies in the books already? Looks like someone's got to fire Rob. He let out a small laugh at his own joke, but it didn't alleviate the growing dread of facing the dangerous unknown. He didn't have time to worry about that, though. It was time to begin the testing. All I'm saying is you should take some pride in your work. Meh. In a lab filled with a sickeningly yellow light, Dr. Palmer walked into an argument between 2 others, his junior researchers. Junior researcher Santos, a tall, gangly, and wired man, berating his equal, junior researcher Torres, who was a short and groggy woman. The small chamber around them was crowded with computers and other scientific instruments. A large shuttered window covered the wall that the equipment wasn't. The junior researchers barely acknowledged his presence as they squabbled. Listen, you're going to get errors if you're not being organized. He gestured with his arms dramatically. And Dr. Palmer and I still have to read your notes. Torres pinched her creased forehead, eyes shut tight. Santos, I've had a hell of a headache ever since I left home and got on this boat, and I really don't need this right now. Oh, senor, fine. A short yet broad military man breached the door and marched through the conversation into the center of the room. Rise and shine, eggheads. Here's the monster of the day, he declared smugly. He pulled a lever on the wall and the shuttered window slowly clacked its way up. All 4 of the room's occupants peered through the thick glass, revealing a large rusted chamber and a grim monstrosity within. A large fleshy orb with a sickly black hue floated in the center of the chamber, unmoving. It was bigger than the notes had said, towering almost 3 times larger than a normal person, with short, tentacle-like protrusions scattered across its surface. A dark hole, large enough for one to enter, was present in a lower region of the sphere. It throbbed and undulated slowly, as if waiting for something. Meu Dieu, Junior Researcher Santos said, his shaking hand making the sign of the cross as he stood behind Dr. Palmer's shoulder. Damn, Researcher Torres said, to the other side of Dr. Palmer. Her muzzy eyes opened wide with anticipation and fear. We've got to work with that? Yep, sure beats working with safe class shit, doesn't it? You got a couple days to tell me what the hell is going on with this thing, General Mulhausen stated, pacing in front of the trio. Though he didn't have much in the way of height, he did have presence. Don't waste too much time staring. You got work to do. Dr. Palmer turned to the general. What does it do? He asked slowly, carefully. See for yourself. Mulhausen bent over a microphone. D-1005, move closer to the anomalous object. A haggard man in his 50s stepped into view. He stepped towards the orb and looked fearfully at the window. Look at the SCP, not me. The old man turned hesitantly towards the object, and took a couple more steps towards it. Silent seconds passed by. Now, pay attention, the general said to the scientists, as if they weren't already fixated on the scene. Move away from the anomalous object, he ordered. The gaunt man stood in place, staring at the black growth. D-1005, move away from the object. No, the weary man declared, fearful but steadfast. D-1005, step back. Tears began flowing down the withered face. The man took a few slight steps towards the object. Steps turned into strides as the man wailed. He shouted incomprehensibly, echoing throughout the room. As he ran across the rusted chamber towards the blackened fleshy orb, the D-class disappeared into its dark orifice. The shouting stopped. The scientist stood and watched from the window, wordless. He won't come back, the general stated unfazed. None of them do. The scientist still waited at the window for some time before turning away. Of them, only Dr. Palmer had ever worked with anything dangerous, and even then he had only been a junior researcher at the time. He spoke first. General. What? He asked proudly. Why did you do that? Why would you... The test? I had to show you all what it does, Mulhausen said flatly. The lackluster response provoked Dr. Palmer, but he tried to keep it together. Come on, happy face. Just gotta keep it together. Keep it together. Sir, there was no good reason for this test. We've all read the reports, we all know what it does. He felt his voice rise with his temper. You just killed a man. You killed him, and there was no reason to kill him. The general stepped closer to Dr. Palmer. His face was tight, and his eyes were wide and goading. Dr. Palmer had to suppress the urge to cringe away from that stone-still face, inches away from his. You're not in charge of this operation. I do what is right for the mission. There are a million different aspects of this mission, and I'm personally in charge of. So, I'll make the calls. Not you, General Mulhausen said, sharp yet slow. Remember your place, and let me work. The general moved away from Dr. Palmer, heading towards the door. But before exiting, he did an about-face into a stiff military stance, a souvenir from his time in service. You will follow my orders, and you will trust my orders. You are all going to make sure that thing stays contained. He pointed to the window. Or I'll throw you in it myself, he shouted before turning again and exiting the room, leaving the trio stunned. Santos slowly began to speak. You've read the files too, right? Yeah, Dr. Palmer replied. Maybe we should ask about the Dr. Palmer covered his face with his hand and sighed. You're right. He hesitantly moved out of the hallway. General! General! He called out. The general turned around and walked over slowly but forcefully. What do you want? There's 4 unreported deaths in the reports. Did you also send them into that thing? Dr. Palmer shouted down the hall before the general could get close. We don't know anything about it, and you're just feeding it bodies? You can't do that. I can do whatever the hell I feel like I need to do to complete this mission. Now get the hell out of my face. That's an order, the general shouted, staring down Dr. Palmer with eyes wide open and angry. Dr. Palmer turned around and briskly walked away with anger in his stride, stuck with only questions and a sense of foreboding. Within the cramped confines of his room, Dr. Palmer went over the events of the afternoon again and again. The man from the test. He had just started running towards that fleshy thing for no discernible reason. He listened to the audio recordings. He listened to them again. It was all gibberish being shouted by this poor old man. He slowed the recording down, and then realized there was the one word being repeated again and again, between the lines of slurred rambling. Home. Man, I'm homesick. I miss my wife. Matilda, too. She's a sweet girl. In the dining hall, Rob and Dr. Palmer sat talking in between bites of scrambled eggs. Yeah, Dr. Palmer replied, his mind occupied. Home. Where was that? What was that? What makes some place a home? Did he even really have a home? Rob chuckled. Distracted? Yeah, it's just been a lot these past few days. Rob's teasing smile turned to a concerned frown. That bad, huh? Usually you're all sunshine and jokes and stuff. There's just so much wrong going on in this operation, Dr. Palmer lamented. The general's acting more like a mob boss than a leader. Rob responded with a long sip of coffee. There's only so much you could do. But aren't you worried it's all going to go south? We could all be in danger. Like I said, only so much you can do. A couple seconds passed awkwardly until Rob changed the subject. You know, I've never heard anything about your home. Tell me about it. Got anyone waiting back there? Chaos erupted in the back of Dr. Palmer's mind. Shadowy figures yelled and fought. Somewhere a bottle broke. A scream. Crying. Home? Nope. Nobody, he said quickly, banishing the thoughts from his head. A shame. Suddenly the blaring alert of a klaxon deafened the room and cut Rob off. An alarm drenched the cafeteria in stale reds and piercing wails as the crimson outlines of other individuals started shifting and moving, gradually becoming more and more of a frenzy. Shit! Rob jumped up as Dr. Palmer started running towards the door. Everyone was moving towards the main entrance, but the emergency exit was closer to them. Come on, Rob! Dr. Palmer shouted. They fled through the escape door, running up the stairs that led to the deck. It was dark up above, an indifferent sky gazing down with its million shiny pinprick eyes. There were a few people up here, scurrying about on their way to the safe rooms. Rob was slowing down, distracted by something out of Dr. Palmer's sight. Rob, run! We gotta get moving! Rob slowed to a stop, turning and walking away. I think I'll go home now, Rob uttered in a neutral to calm tone. His eyes were wide and his movements were sluggish. Hey, we don't have time for this. Let's go. No, I want to go home. He continued, staggering away from Dr. Palmer to something unknown. I'm going home now. Dr. Palmer looked back, only to instantly turn his head and start running away. Behind him was that large, uneven, circular outline. Despite its color mixed in with the pitch-black sky behind it, the shape was unmistakable. Dr. Palmer only got a brief glimpse of its slowly waving tentacles and pulsing flesh before averting his gaze and turning to get away. He tried to grab Rob first, but Rob had left Dr. Palmer as his staggering turned to uneven, frantic running. I'm coming home. Daddy's coming home. I'm here, buddy. Rob was choked up, exclaiming his utterances between labored breaths and tears of joy. I'm here, my sweet Matilde. Daddy's here. And then the yelling stopped. Dr. Palmer knew it meant Rob was gone, into the fleshy orb that had devoured him whole. It only made him run faster to the nearest door, with the looming bridge close. He sprinted with all his might, trying as hard as he could to not turn around, to not see if the black growth was approaching him, gaining on him. He grabbed the heavy bridge door and slammed it shut. Around him were the ship's controls, an array of dials and switches on a metal console. Moonlight shone through the windows onto a dead navigating officer, splattering blood painting the aged dashboard. The general loomed above the dead man, his menacing profile clad in darkness, a smoking gun in his hand. So, you've stumbled upon me, eh, Palmer? Mighty stupid mistake. Mighty stupid. Dr. Palmer was too surprised to fully process the scene, only shouting, Hold on! Don't shoot! Oh, this? The general observed his pistol for a moment, then put it in its holster. I'll only need this if we come to a disagreement. His eyes flashed with that final word. And you will agree with your general, won't you? Dr. Palmer kept shaking his head in confusion. I don't know. I don't understand. What are you... I think you'll be smart enough to come around to my side. Just watch me. At that moment, the bridge door slammed open again, with the timid, gangly figure of junior researcher Santos appearing in front of it. He was breathing heavily, rapidly mumbling prayers with each exhale. Isaac, godless thing is free. It's out there. It's on the deck. His eyes were wild and frantic as sweat fell from his brow. The general, as calm as a still tide, addressed his subordinate. Santos? Yes? As your superior, I am ordering you to turn around. His words were slow and delicate. It was so uncharacteristic that Dr. Palmer could only watch as he tried to understand. But please, for your general, turn around. Junior researcher Santos slowly turned back around and peered through the open metal door. Dr. Palmer didn't have to look to know that the black orb was still out there, still waiting. Santos' eyes widened as his pupils dilated at the sight. See, there's nothing bad here. We've decided to let you go home. The general's words were uncomfortably kind. We brought your home all the way here. Isn't that nice? By the end of the sentence, he was enunciating with almost pointed care. Junior researcher Santos nodded slowly. My home. He began to smile warmly, like a child. Yes. Now, before you can go home, I have one small task for you. Yes, General. Junior researcher Torres is still on the ship somewhere, and I bet you know where. We brought her home here too. Could you please show her to her home? Then you can go home. Yes. And with that, Santos lumbered off into the night. Dr. Palmer saw as the general turned back to him. Do you get it now? I'm just taking everyone here home. His voice had switched back to the low, gruff tone it had always been before. Now, look out the door and help me. That is an order. Dr. Palmer saw the glazed look in the general's eyes, looking right past him, and the awkward way he was standing, almost too straight, and knew that this wasn't the general. He was gone, and only a shell remained. A shell filled with the wishes of that black tumor. The general's dead skin continued to stare at Dr. Palmer with a cold malice seeping out from behind his eyes. Dr. Palmer sprinted to the door, running as fast as he could to escape the general husk that was so close to him. It lunged at him as he ran, grabbing a leg as Palmer tried to shake him loose. Look! Look! Look at it! He was screaming, his voice strained beyond any human's ability. His fingers tightened and his nails dug into Dr. Palmer's ankle. Dr. Palmer kicked at the general with his other foot, finally stomping down on his wrist. A cracking sound came with impact, and the hand finally let go. Dr. Palmer kept running, keeping his head low to avoid looking at the large creature that was surely chasing him now. He fled to a staircase heading down into the freighter, and thanked the heavens he had familiarized himself with the ship's map. He stumbled through corridor after corridor, passing dazed passenger husks who tried to latch onto him, each one empty and hostile. His room was just around the corner. If he could hide there. But the hallway in front of him ended abruptly. In front of him was the orb of black, twisted flesh, squeezed impossibly tight into the medium-sized corridor. It completely filled up every corner, small tentacles reaching and grasping for whatever they could hold. Dr. Palmer was face to face with the dark, foreboding void in its side. He turned to run, but tripped on an exposed electric cord. While getting back up, he saw the thing again. And then, the monster ceased to be a monster. It was his house, actually. His lovely family house back in Portugal, with the big window out front and the red door. His mom always said the red made it lucky. And the grey paint and his family. He knew his family was inside. His mother, his father, his sister. They were in there. They were waiting for him. So he went home. And he was right. His mother and his father and his sister were there standing in the living room, all perfect and happy to see him back. The living room was the same as he remembered it, and so was his family. They wanted to embrace him. His mom wanted a big hug. But then, a shadow flickered across the dream. A hint of nightmare rose. Shadowy figures started yelling and fighting on the walls. Somewhere a bottle broke. A scream. His sister was crying. The voice of his father was yelling in his deep, slurred voice. The voice of his mother was begging and pleading. His family just stood there and smiled. They didn't move. They didn't blink. This wasn't his family. And this wasn't his house. His family was broken and shattered. The house had been sold. So where was his home? Lost in thought and confusion, his surroundings swirled and blurred together. Home was where his friends were, and where his work was, and where he lived every new day as an explorer of the unknown. Home was the foundation. So, where was he? Everything melted away. The chairs and couches and tables turned to brown and grey. The walls were a meaty red. He was in a barren apartment, but something was wrong. He looked at the table, the couch. Instead of wood and glass, he saw hair and bone, woven and nailed together intricately to create furniture. A leather reclining chair had faint veins still splayed across it. The walls pulsed. Then the shapes became more familiar. Dr. Torres' face peered out of the chair, flesh melded into flesh. Rob's eyes stared blankly from the wall, beady and white. An arm began to slowly reach out of the table, an amalgamation of skin and other body parts in the mockery of a limb. More began to sprout, like fast-growing meat flowers, clawing, reaching. The room tried to grab Dr. Palmer from 100 different angles. It cried in 100 voices. He could hear Dr. Santos's voice, and Rob's too, in the cacophony. Dr. Palmer ran. Out the door, out of the belly of the beast. He heard a loud humming increase in pitch as soon as he left, the walls lurching more and more. The eldritch globe crawled forward, every one of its sides squeezing against the rusty metal walls, pitch-black protrusions flailing wildly. Dr. Palmer tripped again as he ran over the same electric cord, causing a small rip in the insulative rubber. He had an idea. He may not have had any weapons on hand, but he could make one. He grabbed the cord and yanked on it hard. Maybe it would fail, but it was the only chance he had. If he kept running, those possessed husks of the people he once knew would drag him back eventually. He yanked once, twice, thrice, and with the fourth, its electrical innards broke loose. The electrical wires now free in his hands. He wasted no time and thrust it rapidly into the cramped black mass. The humming from it turned into a deafening screech as he let go. The orb compressed instantly, flesh folding in on itself as it sped past Dr. Palmer, blasting through the air as it disappeared down the corridor. Dr. Palmer approached the rusty door that it had been covering. He pulled out his key and unlocked the room. He looked around and saw the small closet space in the corner. He ran to it and pulled the door shut. Not taking any chances, he gripped the handle tightly and listened closely for any sounds. And he waited. Hours later, the door was broken open with a bang. Armed Foundation guards spilled into the room, opening the closet and revealing Dr. Palmer. They kept their sights on its sole occupant at all times. Dr. Palmer obliged. These men didn't have the same gear as the boat's team did, which meant the Foundation had found the ship. They were saving him. He may have had 6 guns aimed at him, but for the first time since he had gotten on the boat, he felt safe. He felt at home. SCP-002, the living room. It's a creepy notion, isn't it? The idea of this kind of creepy black orb, which obviously has a level of manifestation of a creepy apartment made of human flesh and bones and stuff like that. It gives me kind of Silence of the Lamb vibes with Buffalo Bill. He did like some fleshy furniture as well. It's just a creepy thought, isn't it? Really, really interesting though. Really, really interesting. And I'm really glad I got to cover this. And let me know what other SCPs we should be looking at. Thanks for watching. April 29th, 2018, 11:41 p.m. Was just taking a nighttime walk in the woods, and I saw this shit. I actually managed to take a photo without it hearing me. I'm back inside right now. I'll update as soon as possible. I went back out tonight to check, and I saw nothing. I'm still outside right now. Actually, 1 second. Okay, as I finished typing this, I just found some sort of giant-ass footprint. Hold on. Okay, it was about a 40-minute walk back. Here's a picture of that footprint. It's so fucking big. Okay, I'm scared as hell now. Listen to this. I'm gonna go outside and check it out. I'll be right back in a second. Okay, I'm staying inside. Look at this crap. Okay, picture quality is probably terrible because I had to zoom in so far. So basically there's a giant chicken outside my house right now. I'm not sure what to do, but for now I'll be waiting inside until day. If anything else messed up happens, I'll update when I can. See you all later. April 30th, 2018, 5:51 a.m. Haven't heard any noise since. I didn't get any sleep, so right now I'm very tired. I'm gonna go back outside. Be right back. My entire neighborhood's gone to shit. I don't know what to do anymore. God, I hope it's just a dream. Everyone is gone. Everyone. Not sure if they ran off or... I don't know. But my friends and neighbors are all gone. I hope they just ran away. Quick update. I'm not sure what caused this, because it definitely wasn't that bird thing, or even that giant one. And the little one for sure didn't make those loud walking noises either. I'm worried there's something else. Gonna go check the woods now. Okay, I think this big ass thing was causing all that noise. This is honestly too much for me to process. I'm going back home now. May 3rd, 2018, 9:04 p.m. So, nothing else really happened yesterday or today. Saw a lot of the woods have been flattened from those things. I think it's time I rest for a while. I feel so weak and tired. See you guys soon. Just got up to the sound of scratching on my door. I'm sleeping in my shed, by the way. Swear I saw that fucking thing's head in the window. You know, the one I saw earlier in the woods? Okay, there's definitely something there. I can hear it running around in circles around the shed. The thing is busting through the door now. It's gonna get in soon. Holy shit. I just killed the thing with a bat. I cut my damn arm open. There's blood everywhere from both of us. I gotta get out of here. Okay, quick little update. I stopped the bleeding in my arm, so that's good. I cleaned it out because it would have got infected for sure. I'm gonna get some rest now. I'll update you all in the morning, hopefully. 1 second. I hear the damn footsteps again. I'm gonna look real quick. There it is again. I'll try and get a picture because honestly, it looks friendlier than the other two I saw. It's so big, holy shit. Okay, I got a picture of its head. Look at this thing. I'm gonna try leaving this area. I'm getting hungry, and all I have is a few oranges and cheese. I'll be back. Okay, I saw nothing else, so maybe that's a good sign for me to start leaving. I'll see you all tomorrow. May 4th, 2018, 7:09 a.m. I've been walking for about... I don't know how long, honestly. There's just so much going on. I found these weird rocks just a few minutes ago. They kind of look like eggs. I'll send the picture when I can. Update. Here are the egg things. Didn't want to stay too long because whatever made them would probably be pissed. Okay, couldn't use my phone for a bit. I'm not sure why. It's starting to get really cold, even though it's spring. My phone is also saying the time is 8:39 a.m., but it looks to be about, I don't know, like 2 a.m. maybe? Maybe I'm just losing my mind. 1 second. I think I see something. Like a house. This is really weird. It's like a really old house. I'll go see if anyone is in there. I think I hear something in there. I'm gonna peek. So, there was a tiny fucking thing in there, screeching at me. Now I'm gonna get out of here. So, I found this neighborhood where everybody has left, I guess. And I found a car, unlocked with the keys, literally on the seat. It's very beat up, but that doesn't matter. Driving it right now down the road. Getting the hell out of here. May 5th, 2018, 1:58 p.m. Been driving for quite a while now, like almost a day. Haven't seen anything since. Update. There's another fucking giraffe-looking thing. It looks different than the other. Smaller, even. Hold on, I hear something. In here. Damn, this picture came out crappy. I hear something in here, though, like squelching sounds. Well, this is the sound. I think something's being eaten. I don't want to check. I'm getting back in the car, driving away from here. Okay, it's probably midnight now, so I gotta watch out for those glowing-eyed shits. My phone time is way off. Saying it's 8:01 a.m. Lol. Think I see something. Hold on. Holy fuck. Okay, I just drove away from one of those smaller guys. They're so fast, oh my god. I'm not sure what to do. I might get some weapons, honestly. I killed that one dumbass with a bat, so I could probably use that again. I'm gonna go back. May 6th, 2018, 5:54 a.m. Okay, I'm back in my shed. I got the bat. Update. I hammered some nails into the end of it so it hurts them more. Car stopped working. Probably ran out of gas. 1 second, I think I hear talking. Okay, so there's someone named Franklin living here. In like a big tunnel. Sewer tunnel. It's day now. Here's Franklin. He said he was working down here, I guess? And all the rest of the workers died. He said that a giant lizard had eaten them. Okay. I just told him about what I saw and my experience with everything. I'll update you all later. Okay, so Franklin went out to check on things. He's been gone for an hour. I'm starting to worry. It's been 2 hours. I'm gonna go out and look. He's dead. His throat is fucking ripped open. He's on the ground, bleeding from his throat. I'm going back in the sewer tunnel. I feel so bad. I should have been out with him. It's so cold. Okay, so I hear something in the sewer with me. It's very far down, but it's getting louder. Sounds like that thing back in the shed that I killed. I have my bat with me. This is the sewer tunnel. 1 second. Oh, shit. Okay, those damn things are everywhere. It just chased me out of the tunnel. I'm glad it was far away when it noticed me. I'm back out of the hole, on the surface. May 7th, 2018, 4:18 a.m. This thing... Never seen it before. Had to zoom in really far. I think it saw me. I'm looking out for it. It's daytime now, but I can't see the sun. There's like 10 layers of clouds. These are the clouds right now. Update. There's a bad thunderstorm. Can't take pictures, my phone's soaked. So, that other one I saw in the fucking woods a few hours ago? Yeah, it's back. The storm stopped, but that thing is still near me. I can hear it. I made my way out of the woods. There's an old tent set up here. Maybe I stay in it for a little bit and eat. I'll update you guys when I'm settled. My phone's dried off so I can take pictures now. Here's the tent from the inside. It's actually nice. Finished eating. Had an orange and a slice of white cheese. Just heard some weird noises. Sounded like loud, deep groaning. So, yeah, this thing was causing the noise. Like, literally right where the forest starts, there's this bitch. 1 second, I hear something outside my tent. Let me try getting a picture. Oh, I used flash, it saw me. Damn it. I'm hiding in my tent right now. Holy shit, I think it's gone. Going out to check. Okay, so I just killed the damn thing with my bat. I don't want to live like this anymore. I'm going back to my town, on foot. Okay, it's a bit past midnight, and I found a police station. The door's wide open and all scratched up. Update. Found this in there. This will for sure help me. Sorry if the image is dark. It's midnight and it's basically pitch black. Not using flash again. I shot one. Right in the head. I didn't want to waste bullets, but I kinda had to. May 8th, 2018, 5:53 a.m. Okay, so I've come to a point to start thinking about what's happening. These are dinosaurs. Not giant lizards or birds. Fucking dinosaurs. I do know a bit about them. There's the T-Rex, Stegosaurus, and, like, raptor? I think that's what I shot. So on my way back to my neighborhood, I just found these guys. I'm trying to remember. I think they're called, like, Triceratops? And that was Dinosaurs by Carrot Tree in our Discord server. So I think, I mean, he's not written anymore since early April. And my guess is, unless there's unless there's going to be more story coming, then I think we can assume that perhaps our protagonist died via Triceratops. That's definitely what I like to think is what's happened. You know, it's kind of like a cutoff journal point. If you think of it like, you know, you're finding a journal and you're kind of seeing what's happened in these events and stuff like logs, then the fact it just abruptly cuts off at something, it gives you that feeling, right? So that's what's playing canonically in my head, which is kind of fun in a way, you know. It was a good little story. There was quite a few bits of sporadic rushness and bizarro gaps and things like that. But I mean, overall, I'd say there was a level of structure. There was a level of a story being told. I'm not exactly sure where it was going to go, but yet again, if it's just a survival situation, then I mean, what can you do? It's just try not to die, right? That's the objective. So when it comes to just that, thought it was really good. You had a nice little creative usage of dinosaurs. You had the sewer tunnel bit, Franklin bit, random dude who ended up dying. Yeah, no, overall, I thought it was quite good. And, you know, I get the feeling if you want to keep writing in the future, you should definitely give it a go, my dude. Absolutely be willing to be creative and just really out there and fun with stuff. It just depends on how you want to tell a story and what story you want to tell, you know what I mean? Because, yeah, I thought that was, pretty good. Not, like, top tier amazing story, but, like, pretty good. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying. But I enjoyed it. I mean, I wouldn't have covered it if it was bad. You know, I wouldn't have covered it if it was really bad. Maybe people want me to cover really bad stories in the future. Ones that might hurt me to read kind of stuff. Or maybe like bad fan fiction, things like that. If it's what people want me to do, then I'll do it. But, you know, I'm really kind of hoping, I shouldn't have said any of this out loud. I really kind of hope we're not going to go down that road. But at the same time, like I said, if it's what the people want, I'll give them what they want. This has been Nate at Night. I've had a wonderful time, and I sure hope you guys have too. We'll see you for whatever's next. Take care. Someone put a timeout doll at our local playground, and it's freaking me out. It all started a week ago. Someone put a timeout doll at our local playground. If you're not familiar, they're life-size dolls that look like children in timeout or playing hide and seek. They lean face first against the wall, hiding their faces with their hands. You only ever see the back of them. Some are handmade, using old kids' clothes, a hat, a wig, and some straw for stuffing. The first time I saw one at the playground, I thought it was a real kid. So did my 5-year-old. He went up to the thing and asked, "Wanna play hide and seek?" It didn't move. I watched from the bench, fear sinking in. Why isn't that kid moving? He, or she, it was hard to tell from the longish blonde hair and bucket hat, was leaned against the green plastic tunnel that Ryan liked to crawl through. Just standing there, totally still. But as I approached, I saw the plasticky shine of its curly blonde hair, the snow-white neck poking out from the shirt's collar. I raised my hand and slowly gave it a poke. It wobbled against the tunnel. It's a doll. My stomach dropped. Is this someone's idea of being cute? It felt like something an 80-year-old granny would do. The type that likes Precious Moments figurines and buys those hyper-realistic baby dolls. Or maybe it's a prank. I could see a group of teenagers leaving it here, just to freak out parents. Maybe they hide in the bushes and film people's reactions and put it on their TikTok or something. Either way, it creeped me out. Just standing there, totally still, leaned up against the tunnel like that. Its face lined up perfectly with one of the circular holes cut into the tunnel wall, like it was peering inside. "What is it?" Ryan asked, staring at it. "It's a doll. They call them timeout dolls because they look like they're in timeout," I replied. "Oh." Then he got on his hands and knees and, before I could stop him, scooted into the tunnel. "Ryan, hi," he said, his voice echoing in the plastic. "Do you want to play?" "Come on." "It has no face. Why does it have no face?" "Come on, get out of there," I said, the uneasiness in my stomach growing. He finally popped his head out and smiled at me. "Can we make sandcastles?" "Sure," I replied. I hated making sandcastles, getting sand all over my jeans, but it was loads better than dealing with this creepy doll. A few days later, when we went back to the playground, it was still there. The after-school crowd was there, running up the jungle gym and racing down the slides. But there was one child that was standing still amongst the commotion. That stupid doll. It was in the same place as before, leaned against the tunnel. I whipped around, half expecting to see some giggling teenagers filming us. But there were only tired zombie parents glued to their phones. Chaotic kids racing across the mulch. I went back to my phone, scrolling through the news. When I looked up a minute later, the doll was in a different place. It was now leaned up against the slide, hiding its face against the green plastic. My heart sank. Well, one of the kids must have moved it, I thought. I glanced around at all the screeching, whooping kids. Right? I waved to Ryan, about to go down the slide, and put my phone away. I didn't want to take my eyes off him anymore. He waved back, grinning toothily, his bright yellow hat sticking out among the crowd. But there is always something to distract us from our kids. Dirty dishes in the sink, unread emails. There's always something tugging at our sleeve, crying for our attention. And for me, today, it was a phone call. As I answered my client's questions about the logo and branding images I'd designed for her, my eyes strayed from the playground. And when I looked back, I couldn't see Ryan anymore. I dropped the phone and stood up. "Ryan!" Nothing. I ran around the side of the playground, and that's when I saw his yellow hat. Not on Ryan, on that fucking time-out doll. It was now leaned against the rock-climbing wall, hands covering its face, shirt softly rippling in the wind, blonde shiny curls poking out from my son's hat. My blood ran cold. Animalistic fear pounded through my veins. This is wrong. So wrong. I opened my mouth to scream for Ryan.
We switched hats.
I whipped around to see Ryan standing there, perfectly fine, wearing the doll's bucket hat. I let out a breath, sunk to my knees. "Ah, thank God you're okay," I said, voice warbling, pulling him in for a hug.
I'm okay.
He replied, confused.
Can we go on the swings?
Okay, but first let's switch your hats back. Barely looking at the wretched doll, I reached over and yanked off the yellow hat. "Put its hat back on," I told him, and then we made our way to the swings. I spent a while there, just pushing him, enjoying the sunny, if cold, spring day. The tension began to melt away. Ryan was safe and everything was fine. Eventually, as the sun began to set, we made our way back to the parking lot. As I mentally thought through the steps of preparing dinner, I needed to cut up some carrots, and did we remember to buy heavy cream? Ryan tugged at my sleeve.
Why is it there?
No. The doll. It was now at the edge of the parking lot, leaning against a tree. Well, one of the kids must have moved it out here.
Why?
They probably thought it was funny. Come on, let's go. We quickly got in the car and drove home. That night, I decided we'd go to a different playground for a few days. The doll was freaking me out too much. Yeah, maybe it was irrational, but no one said we had to go to that playground. I'd take him to the one in Edgewood tomorrow. As I put Ryan's hat away, I noticed several strands of curly blonde hair stuck inside. Actually, more than several. I pulled them out, my stomach turning a little, and then threw them in the trash. Then I sat down, settled in, and took a sip of tea. Just as I was finally relaxing, I heard Ryan's voice upstairs.
Mom!
I dropped the cup of tea and ran up the stairs.
Mom! Mom!
He continued yelling, fear threading his voice. I burst into the room. Ryan was cowering in the corner of his bed, covers up to his neck.
It's in my closet,
he whispered. "What's in your closet?" I asked, fear pounding through me.
The doll.
No. It's gotta be a nightmare. I paced towards the closet. The door was ajar, the darkness spilling out of it. With each step, my heart sank further. It can't be. It's just a nightmare. I sucked in a breath and swung the door open. No. It wasn't a nightmare. There, in the darkness, stood the timeout doll. It was leaned against the hanging clothes, pressing its face into Ryan's shirts. Its blonde curls shone softly in the darkness. I raced over to Ryan and picked him up out of bed. "We're getting out of here," I said, charging out of the room and towards the stairs. It wasn't a possessed doll. Those don't exist. Someone had put the doll there, which meant someone was in our house. Mark. It could be Mark. Some sort of sick, twisted way to get back at me for getting the house in the settlement. Did he still have the keys? I raced down the stairs, Ryan bobbing with each step. When I got to the landing, I glanced back. No. The doll was at the top of the stairs now, face pressed into the wall. I raced to the front door, grabbed the doorknob, yanked it open, glanced back. The doll was on the landing. And was that a shadow next to it? Someone standing there? I ran across the front yard, towards the neighbor's house. I pounded on the door crying, "Let me in! Someone broke into our house! Please!" As I took a final glance at our house, I saw the doll leaned against the oak tree in our front yard. The police didn't find anything. No doll, no evidence of a break-in. With nothing to go on, they left, telling me they'd call if they got in touch with Mark. Ryan and I are staying at a friend's house for a few days, while we get our bearings and try to figure out what's going on here. But I'm worried, because last night, when I went to check on Ryan to see if he was asleep yet, I found an empty bed. Ryan was standing in the corner of the room, leaning against the wall, hands over his face. "What are you doing?" I whispered, tugging at his arm. "Go back to bed, now." He turned towards me, hands still pressed against his eyes.
He isn't in timeout, Mommy,
he said. I stopped in my tracks.
What? He's playing hide and seek,
he continued.
Now he's hiding, and it's my turn to seek.
And that was Someone Put a Timeout Doll at Our Local Playground, and It's Freaking Me Out by Blair Daniels. Another fantastic story by Blair Daniels. She's got a real knack for this kind of stuff. So, before reading this, I didn't really know what a timeout doll was. Off the top of my head, I was like, "How is it like that creepy girl from Squid Game or whatever?" No, not quite. Similar concept, but far more terrifying. And then, sure enough, in the story, it mentions how like they're at garage sales or at grandma's house and stuff like that. And weirdly enough, yeah, so they became really popular around garage sales in like I think it was like the 1980s, most likely. Usually in the States, maybe in other countries, not entirely sure. And some people really fell in love with them, and so they would like buy them and take them home. And it's just like it's just weird, like New Fear Unlocked for me, kind of weird. Like why? They have no faces, and I don't understand it. Why? Why have something that looks like it's in timeout or in trouble permanently in your house? Or even in your store, or I don't under it's a freaky concept. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't understand the appeal of the dolls. They're creepy, they're horrifying. It reminds me of like why I don't like mannequins and specific weird creepy little dolls and mostly the porcelain kind, but you know, other dolls are available. It's just strange. It's just strange. And so this is just another one to add to the repertoire of creepy weird things that probably shouldn't really exist. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get it. Great story though. I love the story. Like, I mean, this is exactly what I think would happen if I encountered some horrific doll thing that I hate in real life. I mean, obviously, you know, you go to shopping malls, you see mannequins and stuff like that. They don't really do anything. They're a bit eerie, you know. Obviously, they're not going to follow you around and potentially murder you and stuff like that. Or I guess in this case, maybe turn you into one of them. Maybe like a Cabbage Patch kind of vibe going on. I'm not entirely sure. Is it an infection? Is it just a is he going to turn him into like a proper doll, or is he just going to become like a human version of him? I don't really know. Are they going to swap places? We don't really know what's going to happen, but no matter what, it's horrifying prospects all the same. Yeah, excellent story. I've been Nate at Night. I've really enjoyed myself, and I sure hope you have too. We'll catch you for whatever's next. Take care. My student visited me from beyond the grave. She said I'll see her soon. I know the post title is crazy. I feel like I'm going crazy. I don't know what to do. I should have taken that DVD to the police, but I didn't. Even now, I can't really explain what the video is. A door at the end of a dark hall, hard red light spilling through the cracks, red water that looks more like wriggling meat, breathing and crying in the background. Is it supposed to be Becca? Did someone film her? I don't know. I don't care. I just wanted it gone. I ended up trashing the DVD and tearing up the note. Not that it mattered. It was with me. In me. In my dreams. Every night, I'm walking down the hall towards that red door. Every night, I'm sinking into that red water. Hearing that crying. Getting louder. Getting closer. Smelling like meat. On me. On my clothes. Everywhere. And then, last night, I was awake. I wasn't dreaming. I was not dreaming. But she was there, standing in the room, watching me. I was coming out of another nightmare, smelling that stink on the pillow. I actually heard her first, raspy breathing, like leaves trapped in a filter, crunching, breaking. I stared hard into the dark and saw her there. I knew the shape of the ponytail immediately, recognized the face. "Hi, Prof," she said, breathing hard, leaves in the gutter of her throat. "You got my message?" I just stared. I don't think I took a single breath the whole time. As my eyes adjusted to the dark, I noticed other things. Her skin, gray like ash. The bruise around her neck, thick as a burn. Couldn't see her eyes. Only her smile, her grin, black and bleeding. She said something else.
He's waiting for you, Prof. Coming to bring you over.
I don't know what happened next. It was morning. I felt like I hadn't slept in years. Her words stuck with me. He's waiting for you. Coming to bring you over. I can't pretend I don't know who she's talking about. I see him when I blink, when I'm falling asleep. Sometimes the shadows around me feel too deep. Like there's more space in them than there should be. And that's where he is. I don't know who he is, what he is, but he's there. He's watching me. He's waiting for me. He has red eyes, wrapped up in chains, hanging from hooks. I never see him too well, but I know this is true. He's itching, hungry, mad, furious. I know it because I'm feeling it. I'm scratching myself. I'm getting restless. I can't sit still. I can't sleep. I want to pull my skin off. I want to jump out of my body. I'm pacing a lot. I feel anxious. I'm not eating as much. It's weird. But I get a relief when I watch the video at the door. I'll watch it a lot, just looping it, feeling this weird sense of relief every time the door comes into view. There is something behind there. Someplace. A room. That's what keeps coming back to me. Room, room, room. A place where this doesn't matter. A place where none of this is a problem. I know this sounds crazy. That's why I'm putting it down. I feel crazy. I'm worried. I'm doing things without even noticing. I was taking notes for the week, and the next thing I know, I'm drawing things. Boxes and rectangles, circles, spirals, they're messy scribbles drawn by someone who's crazy. I know what they are. They're not just shapes. They're the door. They're doorways. They're openings into that other place. The place where he is. I keep a red marker on me just to help with annotations. I don't remember taking it out, but I did. I colored in the door. I colored in his eyes. I made a video of the drawings. I feel like it's important I document what's happening. That I show people. They need to know. They need to understand. What's happening is important, and it's not just me. It's all of us. I'll post again. I have to. She wants me to. He wants me to. Here's the sketches video. And that was My Student Visited Me from Beyond the Grave. She said I'll see her soon, by Pretzel Pearson. Now this is the immediate follow-up from the weird DVD in my work mail, and apparently it's going to continue from here. Pretzel Pearson has kind of let us know, and they said to kind of keep an eye on the story, so we've got their full permission to talk about this. It's going to be amazing. Honestly, I mean, so far I'm really into it. Obviously, you've got it's like, is he going crazy? He's seeing Becca in his dreams and stuff as well. He's getting a lot of weird visions. It's good that he's able to draw some of the stuff down so we get pictures and videos as well. I really like the fact that adds to a story. In my opinion, it always does. I think it just really kind of immerses you a bit further into it. You know what I mean? Why Twitter stories are so awesome. So I'm really excited by this so far. It's bizarre, no matter what. It's really bizarre. It makes you wonder, why was the DVD in such a funky, nasty state? Is it something to do with a dead body? Is it something to do with maybe a creepy, otherworldly entity? The things we don't really know. We do know there's a sort of male character, antagonist, creature, person, entity thing involved, and that he wants to meet our main character. Very interesting, very strange. Sounds pretty nefarious if you ask me. A little worrying. I don't know. I'm into it. I'm hooked. I'm very excited to kind of see what's next, and I sure hope you guys are too. This is going to be awesome. Really, really great. I'll keep my eyes open. This has been Nate at Night. I've really enjoyed myself, and I sure hope you have too. We'll see you for whatever's next. Take care. I need to go back to my childhood home, but something that happened during my time there is stopping me from doing so. Honestly, there was nothing creepy about the house I grew up in. No dusty attic or dark basement that any reasonable child would be afraid of. But there was something. Something that, for some reason, absolutely terrified the shit out of me. It was one of those unexplainable childhood traumas that you would look back on and laugh at how stupid you were. Yet, I can't bring myself to laugh. It just feels wrong. When I was about 10, I moved out of my sister's bedroom into a guest room that my parents had been leaving empty for a while. They didn't explain why it was unoccupied for so long, but I assumed they were saving it specially for me after I reached a mature age, and never questioned anything beyond that. I mean, could you blame me though? Such questions never crossed my gullible little mind. But I won't lie, I loved the room. It was tucked away, out of sight, hiding in a corner of the house that my family didn't frequent. No one could disturb me. While the interior was plain, different from the extensive designs the rest of the house had, it was the largest of all the rooms. And to 6-year-old me, that was like the best thing ever. So of course, I would accept the room without hesitation, even if something unsettled me. Something being the curtains. I know, it sounds stupid, and I know it is stupid, but the wall curtains in the room never sat right with me. They hung opposite of my bed, stained like yellowing teeth. No matter whether there was wind or not, they would ripple as if pulsating, breathing, living. And as they swayed, the edges would just barely brush against the wooden floor, like a corpse dangling from a noose, whose feet would never touch the ground again. That was what I saw. That was what I was afraid of. As long as I was in the room, those curtains would never leave me. They haunted both my waking and sleeping hours, whisking in and out of the corner of my eyes. I even put up posters, shelves of action figures, basically filled the entire place with all the toys and books that I liked in hopes I could distract myself from the uneasiness. But it wasn't long before that uneasiness grew into fear. And in turn, that fear plagued my sight. Soon, I began to see feet at the bottom of the curtains. A small pair of feet. At first, it was just fleeting moments, disappearing when I did a double take. I thought it was just a speck of something in my eye. Floaters, I learned after searching a bit on the family computer. Yeah, that had to be it. Floaters and my stupid imagination messing with my head. I remember calling myself crazy and laughing it off every time. But it didn't stop there. Oh, by God, I wish it did. It was right after my 11th birthday party. The guests had long left, and we were about done with the cleaning and packing up. Even though it was close to midnight, I remember not being tired at all. I still had energy. In fact, there was probably enough energy in me to keep me going for days. It was also one of the rare few times my strict parents allowed me to stay up. So, naturally, the excitement added to my determination to stay awake for as long as possible. My mom, knowing there was nothing she could do to possibly convince me to sleep, just sent me to my room after we were done. Humming, I headed over to my special corner of the house, twisted the doorknob and pushed the door open. There were feet. They were unmistakable. 2 little lumps of flesh and fat, under the hypnotic swaying of the curtains, were pointed directly at me. I blinked and rubbed my eyes. They didn't disappear. Illuminated by the cold white LED lights of the neighbor's house, those feet seemed to glow, as if asking to be seen. A scream gurgled at the back of my throat, but it only came out as croaks. I tried to run, but my legs couldn't move. I pulled and tugged and yanked, but like the pale feet under the curtain, mine didn't move. As my gaze locked, for the first time, being so far away from my family became a nightmare. I inched closer. It happened before I could comprehend my own actions. Then again, and again, I found myself approaching the curtains against my own will. Their haunting billowing, the unnatural ebb and flow of the synthetic sheets begged me to come closer. I couldn't stop. At some point, I think I didn't want to stop even if I could. The curtains were right in front of me, and that disgusting yellowish color of maggots was all I could see. The fabric crawled on my face. Then, I was drowning. I didn't know how I ended up stuck in the curtains, but I was. They wrapped themselves around me, and every push in an attempt to free myself only seemed to drag me deeper into their prickly grasp. My heart pounded. The air melted into a humid sludge, and so each breath I drew grew shallower and shallower. My head spun, and it was then when I realized there was no exit. There was no escape. Only the rotting yellow of the curtains and the cold white light that it soaked in existed. As my consciousness started to fade, I remember thinking one thing very clearly. I was going to become the pair of feet under the curtains. I awoke a few hours later on my parents' bed. As soon as I saw my mom standing over me, I bawled my eyes out and babbled incoherently about what I had experienced. Unsurprisingly, she didn't believe me. She just told me that I had fainted in my room due to exhaustion and left it as that. But I didn't mind. Her warm smile was soothing, and I was away from the curtains. That was all that mattered then. Despite what she said, my parents asked me to move back into my sister's room the next day. The suddenness of the situation was odd, but I obviously welcomed it. Then they locked up my old room with all my stuff inside. As much as I wanted them back, it meant being near those awful curtains once more. So I left them there. And just like that, the room and its curtains were never brought up again. I eventually moved out of my childhood home into my own studio apartment in the middle of a bustling city. My parents still live in that house. Well, lived. They recently passed away in a freak accident while traveling to visit me. My sister, as the new heir of the house, decided to put it up for sale since it was far too big for her family. So now I'm supposed to help her clean out their belongings. Unfortunately, this includes my old stuff in that room. I keep telling myself there is nothing creepy about the house I grew up in. Yet, I can't bring myself to go back. What if I see those curtains flutter? What if I see my own feet again? And that was I Need to Go Back to My Childhood Home, but something that happened during my time there is stopping me from doing so, by Quarter Alone 81. Now, what I like about this story is the fact that it's not insanely long. There's not a ridiculous amount of, creatures or mind-boggling effects going on. Sorry, I'm still sick. I've come back from holiday. I'm feeling very congested. You could probably tell by the sound of my voice and everything, but it's been so difficult to even kind of get back into working, but I need to. So anyway. So I like the story because it reminds you of perhaps a familiar situation. You know what I mean? It can resonate with you in a certain way. For me, especially because I too, when I was growing up, before the age of like 9 or 10 years old, I used to share a room with my brother, my younger brother. My older brother had his own room at this time, but me and my younger brother, it was like a bunk bed situation. You share a room in a house because you're both young and stuff. And it was fairly fun, but eventually our guest room at the time, my parents allowed me to use that as my room if I wanted to, kind of thing, which I did, and it was yet again. Then it's like we all had our own room. I had a big bed and stuff like that, but yet again, it started off as a guest room, so a lot of this resonates really well with me. Except I didn't have creepy, situations like this author, for example, the creator of the story. You got to think. You got to really wonder though. It's so I like the initial premise. I like the fact that it's like there's nothing super horrific going on. Nobody's gonna die or anything that we're aware of. You've just got they've noticed that there's creepy feet beneath their curtains every once in a while. Sometimes they disappear, and one time they didn't, and somehow that ended up having them be the ones that are the feet. I didn't fully get all that, but I kind of understood what they were going for, how it's like it turns out they were that person. But then it makes me wonder, like, the feet, I mean, it made it sound like the feet weren't really like normal looking feet. They were like a little bit maybe a little bit more sad, maybe like less color, for example. Maybe like a dead person or something. And I don't know, it was just it's a bit strange because then it just kind of well, I mean, so I didn't have an issue with it where the story took that turn. I think the part for me that kind of really lost me a little bit, where I kind of stopped, being like, oh, okay, this is so cool, was around the end part where it's like, oh, okay, they moved into a studio apartment. Their parents have died, but they still own the house. But now, obviously, it's in the sister's name, and she's going to sell it and stuff. So they locked that room, right? Back when this guy was like, I'm anywhere from like 6 to 9 years old or whatever, and they locked up that room. So obviously the parent, you don't just lock a room. You don't just lock a room. An entire room that could be used as storage, you don't lock a room. So I think the parents knew a little bit more than they were letting on. First off, right? That's my first thought. You don't just keep a room locked all the time. That's crazy. But then second, over the years, because clearly this person now has their own apartment, they must be at least like 16, 18 years old to do something like that. At least, because, got to make their own bills or go to school or whatever. So, many years have passed. Nothing else seems to have happened with that room? So you tell me it's still left exactly the same way? All these years later? I find that kind of fishy. And then even when the parents pass away and then his sister now inherits it with her family, but it's too much for them to manage, so they're moving out. You telling me she's never unlocked that room? I don't know. Just that's just my 2 cents. The end bit, I was just like, okay. I get why they're so paranoid about the room, but I think it's weird that it's never been investigated or brought up or even utilized at all 10 plus years down the line. It's just, nah. Besides that, though, great story. It's yet again, it's a thing that brings you into a level of reality. It resonates a lot more with you. It makes you, I think it's just, yet again, it steeps it in reality, which gives it more creep factor, if you ask me. Something that I feel I can relate to, I definitely find a little more scary because it could happen, Anyway, I'm Nate at Night. This has been it's been another great story. I've enjoyed it. I sure hope you have too. I'm gonna go take some medicine because I feel like crap. I'll see you for whatever's next, guys. Take care. There's something very strange going on at the Funskate Skating Rink. There was only one rule at my job. Never, at any point, let the music stop playing. I work at the Funskate Skating Rink off of I-35. That old building with an electric fence and barbed wire around it. It wasn't always that way. Up until a few weeks ago, it used to be full of life. We were packed with skaters, hosted birthday parties, ladies' nights. Now it's filled with something else entirely. I always hated going into the basement at work. No part of me wanted to climb down several flights of stairs and then a ladder, whose rungs that always seemed wet, seemed to be dripping with something dark and pungent, despite there being no clear source for the viscous liquid. I'm still not exactly sure what the massive metal-lined, matte black painted room had been used for back before the owners bought the land above it and built the skating rink. Unfortunately for me, the basement housed the manager's office. I always tried to find reasons to avoid being down there, but my assistant manager, Delaney, had mentioned that she'd seen Preston, the new guy, trying to break into the AV room when he thought no one was looking. I needed to watch the tapes to verify. He'd been talking about his band from the moment we'd hired him, so she guessed he was trying to play something of theirs over the speaker, self-promote. So much as even attempting to mess with the music was a fireable offense. Instant termination. The owners were generally reasonable people. The only rule that I ever found questionable was to always keep the same playlist, the best of the 80s, Friday Night Hits edition, going on repeat at all times. It didn't matter if the rink was closed. It didn't matter if we lost power and had to rely on the backup generator in order to do so. That specific combination of songs was always supposed to be playing. It was even blasted through the manager's office, too, for good measure. I grew up in the 80s and had never heard a single one of those songs before my time at Funskate. If you listened closely enough, the melodies sounded almost familiar, but the words were meaningless nonsense. But the military-esque bunker and need to keep the playlist going were just some of the many things I had learned not to question during my 5-year tenure as general manager. We were required to keep the door to the AV room locked, and only Delaney and I had copies of the key. A few months ago, when I was off duty, there was an incident where the power went out. It was the first time that it had happened during business hours. In the seconds it took for the backup generator to start up, something happened that shook my employees and our customers up so badly that those willing to even talk to me about it wouldn't meet my eyes. They just mumble about something not right. Delaney, who had been on duty at the time, was so disturbed by whatever she'd seen that she refused to speak. I insisted that she took the rest of the week off. Unlike the basement, the rest of the building itself was a mess. After particularly heavy rains, water would seep in and settle in the corners, and that wet rot smell never left. There were spots that made me wonder if they had truly cleared out all of the asbestos. They'd renovated it back in the 80s, but had made no effort to update it since. Stains and snags marred the swirling, disorienting patterns of the neon carpet, wall to wall, floor to ceiling. Working there felt like being sealed into a box of cringy lime greens and orange pinks. The owners were just lucky that neglect could be mistaken for nostalgia. We always had more than enough business despite the conditions. It probably didn't hurt that we were the only skating rink in the county. As I sat down in the nearly soundproof basement and watched the security videos, I eventually saw Preston's grainy form doing exactly as Delaney described, lurking in the shadows, waiting until everyone cleared out before trying the door. I sighed, trying to prepare myself for an uncomfortable conversation. As I headed back upstairs, I just could make out music, but it wasn't our usual playlist. It was rough. Too much feedback. There wasn't enough bass, the guitar too loud, and the voice crudely layered on top of it all was clearly Preston's. At first, I thought the violent, loud humming was a part of his song, until it overwhelmed it and then drowned everything else out. It was awful. Something I could feel not just in my eardrums, but in my eyes too. For a brief moment, it felt like the building shifted. Everything seemed to move sideways. I swore I could taste colors and sounds. All my senses overlapped, and for a brief moment, the entire world felt out of sync. And then, an overwhelming sense of pure joy took over. I felt it in my throat, tight, like the air was being pulled from my lungs, the moisture from my eyes. I knew I needed to get back upstairs. I needed it, more than I'd ever needed anything in my entire life. I frantically made my way towards the stairs, took the steep steps 2 at a time. And then, as I was ascending the ladder, as quickly as the sensation had come, the world returned to normal. At the top of the stairs, I heard the soft sound of the usual playlist start back up. He must have just added his song to it, and the usual tunes had resumed after his had ended. That wave of desperate happiness was gone, replaced by overwhelming dread. From the moment I threw open the door to the main entry, before I could see anything, I already knew that something was very wrong. The smell hit me like a wall. It was as if something had been burning for a very long time. Despite the lack of smoke, I could taste it, could feel the acrid sharpness of char at the back of my throat. I panicked, wondering what on God's green earth had happened, what I'd find myself walking into. It took me a moment to realize that something was missing. The laughter, general wave of chattering that came from a rink packed with people on a Saturday afternoon. The lights were still going and the music was playing, echoing across the smooth wood of the rink. But it was abandoned. Well, empty of people, at least. In the distance, I could see crumpled forms, encircling a portion of the rink. When I called out for someone, anyone, it went unanswered. I passed by the AV room, the door ajar, onto the rink where I'd realized what I'd been seeing were piles of clothes and skates, forming a nearly perfect circle around a section of worn and newly warped wood in the middle. There was a reverence about it, as if everyone that had been up there while I was in the basement had gathered around and bore witness to something incredible, fascinating, terrible. Encircling it, I could see Preston's sneakers next to Delaney's blinged out inlines. The people, every single sign of human life, gone. I was so focused on the only worldly remains of my employees and our customers that it took me a moment to notice that the wood in the center looked scorched, soft, like it had bubbled up. A few of the skates had been pushed aside, breaking the circle as if to let something through. A thin layer of a dark and streaky stain led away from the center and onto the swirling, hypnotic patterns of the neon carpet. As I cautiously approached the center, the music changed again, back to what sounded like a different song from Preston's band. The buzz of the black lights overhead became overwhelming, before they too were drowned out by the now familiar humming. The wood of the rink was encircled by the skates. It rippled. moved as if there was something writhing underneath it. The smell, which from up close was that of burning plastic mixed with something more organic, returned. Something needed me to come just a bit closer. Something itching to come out that I would finally see. As I approached, to match my elation, I felt a grin forming, one so wide it hurt. And then the interloping song ended, and a meaningless, unintelligible one from the best of the 80s Friday Night Hits edition echoed out. The hum, feeling, that burning smell were all gone. I took that as my cue to get the hell out of there before the music switched again, and ran past the rental booth, now dark. I tried to ignore the sickening, squelching sound of something that moved along the linoleum within. I'm not sure how I knew it, but I could feel that if I looked in there, I'd see something I was never meant to see. Something that would break me. I wasn't sure what else to do once I stepped back into the sunlight outside, so I called the police. It took them forever to show up, and once they came, I walked them through everything that I knew, and watched them share a look. I figured that they just thought I was crazy. I handed over the tapes per their request. The owners called me that night, reminding me that despite the small incident that occurred, I was expected to report to work the next day. After sitting in my car before my next shift, fighting a wave of anxiety at the thought of going back inside, I was shocked to see an entirely new staff when I walked in. They were all faces I'd never seen before. They worked wordlessly, acted as if nothing was wrong. Funskate never sits empty now, despite being closed to the public. After I clock out, the new employees all remain, only their eyes moving to watch me leave, still blocking the door to the AV room. Something about them unnerves me, so I try not to stare at them too closely, but I'm fairly certain that they are armed. I went down to talk to the police the next day, but they claimed they didn't send anyone out there that night. They casually implied that nothing occurred there at all. Delaney, Preston, all those missing people from around town. No one else seems to even remember them. Sometimes as I desperately broach that subject in conversation with someone, I'll see a brief flash of recognition behind their eyes, before it's gone just as quickly. I've been struggling just to find someone here that will even believe me. I just want to know what happened that night. And that was There's Something Very Strange Going On at the Funskate Skating Rink by J.M. Franz. I love it. I love this story, and for many reasons. So number one is it takes place at a skating rink. It reminds me of my youth, levels of nostalgia going on there. I've been at places like this, the funky carpet, the really samey kind of music going on all the time. You've only got like a basic rink in the middle and stuff. It's basic, but I mean, it just resonates something within me, and that's what drew me to it. Besides the fact that there's something strange going on there, obviously that drew me to it too. But I was like, oh, okay, a different atmosphere, different setting. Yeah, it kind of resonates with me in a way. And I'm like, that's great. I want to know what this story is, and I'm so glad I did because this story is awesome. So we have a skating rink which is built in a kind of strange way. It's got some really strange rooms to it that are a little bit maybe more intensely made than a typical kind of a building. And then like our main character was talking about, it's almost like there's a military-esque design to a level of it, with like the weird manager's office area being like a crazy metal-lined matte black kind of a room and stuff like that. So it makes me wonder initially if before it became a skating rink, if maybe it was some kind of a military testing bunker of some kind. Maybe not of weaponry, but maybe of perhaps things not understood, entities and stuff like that, maybe kind of like an SCP vibe, if you know what I mean. Now, I'm not saying it is SCP, but you know what, there could very well be an SCP that relates to this, which would be very interesting, and I'd be very, very curious to find out. But so obviously you've got the weird stuff going on. It's got a weird set of rules that have to be followed, which then everything is fine. Which then makes me think of the game Control, which is yet another aspect of that, where there's specific things that have to be done in order to make sure that everything is okay and that the building doesn't shift and do what it wants to do. Similar kind of stuff. And so I think where it gets really interesting, obviously, is the fact that when the music does change, we're finally now exposed to something super different, But it's not immediately obviously different. But it clearly happened long enough that something devastating happened. The fact that, I mean, so you got the circle of people in the middle of the rink, or somewhere in the rink, who just completely vanished. But their clothes, their skates, everything else tangible was there, just not their bodies. Which is interesting, and it looked like they were circling some kind of a darkish, bubbledish kind of heated up spot in the rink, almost like something maybe came out of it. Maybe something emerged from the rink, because then, as it also says, there's kind of a dark stained trail that leads off into the carpeted area. So it does. So my initial thought is clearly the music does. The specific music keeps whatever this thing is contained in this area. That's per the rule. You do this, everything will be fine. You can do what you want. The moment that changes, it comes up, wreaks havoc, does what it wants. As to why all the people disappeared, not their clothes, maybe that's just a part of how it attacks, maybe how it feeds. But then we don't know where it went, what it looks like, anything else, what its intentions are. Maybe it's just going to go feed. I don't know. Does it go back when the music comes back? We don't know. We don't know anything else because there was nothing else told. But it just gives it that awesome air of mystery. And I'm just, God, it's so good. That's so good. Such a good little story. Oh, man. It does make me think of just so many cool things. God, I love it. Excellent story. Absolutely excellent story. It does make me wonder if there's an SCP that's very similar to this. I'm sure some of you will be thinking of that as well. Let me know down in the comments below which SCP this sounds like, because I'm really curious. Because I might cover a couple of SCPs over the summer period, and yeah. Let me know where I should probably be looking. I might just go through order if I'm honest with you, just easiest. But SCP number 1 will be really hard to cover because it's got a lot of weird things to it. And it was classified and stuff. So I might start at number 2. We'll see. Anyway, not important. I'm Nate at Night. This has been awesome. I've had a great time, and I sure hope you have too. We will see you for whatever's next. Take care. Help. It's late in the morning and still dark outside. I can hear the tornado sirens in the next county over, but the weather radar is clear. Where is the sun?
This afternoon, panic is taking hold on the nation in response to the sudden disappearance of the sun, with violent riots taking place in just about every major city. We are receiving an influx of reports of ransacking and looting from New York, Chicago, Los Angeles, Dallas, and Washington, D.C., with hundreds more isolated incidents coming in hourly. The president made a public statement this morning urging people to remain calm and stay in their homes. Meanwhile, experts are claiming this phenomenon to be an event similar to New England's Dark Day in 1780, and that things will return back to normal.
The power keeps going out, and I keep hearing noises outside. Sometimes far away, sometimes close. I can't sleep. I think the noises outside are gunshots. It is still dark. The news said it would be back to normal by now. But it isn't. Now the news isn't even coming in. TV signal is gone. The noises keep happening outside, and I can barely keep track of the time anymore. I am honest to God terrified. I'm so tempted to go outside. Should I? I went outside. I saw something out there I can't really explain, but I can show you. I looked for stars or planets as you all suggested. The sky was absolutely pitch black. Could be because of clouds or something else. Still shaken from the short time I was outside, I don't know what that flashing light was, but it was following me. Day 3. Still no sign of daylight. It is getting colder. A person just ran by on my street. 2 of the same flashing lights I saw yesterday were following him. They were gone by the time I got my phone out to record. Sorry everyone, reception went out yesterday. I was worried it wouldn't come back on. No signs of activity outside. Come to think of it, it has been a while since I heard a gunshot. Something just flew over my house. I couldn't see it, too dark outside, but a wave of heat just came over me. Feels like the temperature increased by like 10 or 15 degrees. Just compared the sound of this video to the sound of the helicopter footage I posted a few days ago. Whatever this was, it was definitely not a helicopter. Oh, thank God. One of my friends is still alive. He just texted me. Dude, please tell me you were still alive. Yes, I'm alive. Where the hell have you been? Why did it take you this long to reach me after I called you like 40 times? I'm sorry, but my phone was died and I was just now able to start charging it. You're still at your house, right? Yes. Okay, good. I'm still a 2 days drive away, but I'm coming to you. I'm not really sure if that is a good idea or not. Why? What have you seen? LOL, dude, you have no fucking idea. Now we have another problem. This guy has been standing completely still with his back towards me. I have no idea how long he's been standing there. He's still standing there. Hasn't moved. Get away from the window. Keep all lights off, do not talk to them or let them in. And if you see any flashing lights, hide. Whoever was standing outside is gone now. Shit! To those of you asking, I'm doing alright. Hiding in my room and waiting this out. I haven't heard any more knocking, but I don't want to get anywhere near the front door to check. And don't worry, I have a way to defend myself if worst comes to worst. If anyone knows anything about what is going on, please message me. 911 and other emergency lines are not responding, and the only radio I have is out in the car, so I'm trying to gather as much information online as I can. Hey, brother. I'm from British Columbia. I don't know much, but I do know that you should never look into the red light. Ever. If you do, you become like the guy who was at your door. I don't get it. It's sunny where I am. To be completely honest, I have no idea how to explain this. So, I have good news and bad news. Oh. Good news is I'm closer to you now. Bad news is I'm out of fuel. There are no active gas stations anywhere close to me. All of the power is down, and all of the gas stations nearby are electric gas pumps. Oh no. Not good. How far away are you? Prob still 8 or 9 hours away. He isn't even that close. I'm really conflicted. Some of you say I should go, some of you say I should stay. What should I do? Someone is screaming outside. really, really not sure about leaving now. After hearing that, traveling at all seems like a terrible idea. Well, if you were thinking of driving 8 hours before, I think your answer is quite clear now. Clearly you need to stay where you are. Forget about leaving your friend, though should try to make it to you since he's already out and about. Ask him how he's avoiding detection. How are you avoiding detection? I'm just staying in the car. It's locked and off at the moment. After I catch a few winks, I'm going to try to take a look around. Alright, stay safe. Always, bud. You too. It's been really quiet today. I noticed it warmed up after that thing flew over my house again last night. This was only the second time. Don't worry about me, dude. I'll find a way to get to you eventually. I walked around for a couple of hours and haven't seen anyone, human or otherwise, on the highway. So I'm pretty sure I'll be safe here while I figure out what to do. Do you have enough food and supplies? Yeah, I have enough even if I'm stranded here for a while. Don't worry about me, worry about yourself. I'm really surprised that power has stayed on for this long. Only a few outages here and there. But I'm still extremely paranoid that it will go out permanently any time now. You all have been bringing up the solar lights outside. They actually aren't solar. I have them on a timer outside and I can't turn them off without leaving the house. I feel exhausted all the time now. I think my internal clock is completely screwed up. I can see a faint light outside my bedroom window. Going downstairs to check it out. I cannot fucking believe I'm still alive. You didn't look directly into the red light, right? Yes. You are absolutely sure? Yeah, I'm sure. What street did both of us live on when we were kids? Why? Answer the question. Fraser Road. Okay. We're good. Damn it, don't scare me like that. Beware of headlight. I was looking around and just found this. No earthly idea what it means. Sometimes I feel like I have a good handle on this whole situation and I'm thinking rationally and logically. But other times I feel like bawling. Day 9. Sorry about that tweet last night. What happened at the window got to me a bit. Anyway, I'm currently in touch with a couple of people with some experience and some info on what's going on. Details soon. So, to give you some background, my name is Tucker. I live in Virginia. I was working a night shift when all this shenanigans went down. Just about to clock out for the day when I realized that the sun wasn't up like it normally was when I clocked out. I kinda shrugged it off at first, but after a few hours I was getting really worried. I live close to a relatively large city, so you can imagine what I had to go through when the riots started. Long story short, when I was heading out of town to get away from this mess, I met this guy named Flynn who was talking about these things that hunt people down. At this point, I didn't believe him, but I started to notice that the crowds and traffic congestion on highways started slowly dissipating. Before you know it, the roads were completely empty. Terrifying shit. Flynn and I started traveling together after that. We'd been finding dark places to hide, enough food and water to stay alive. We were doing pretty good for the first week. But then, just a few days ago, he came back inside after taking a leak and started losing it. Kept going on and on, just talking nonsense. It went on for days, and I was worried that all the stress from the situation got to him. But one day, it all stopped, and he wouldn't speak, wouldn't even acknowledge me. He just stood like a statue for probably a full 12 hours. Then he attacked me out of nowhere. I tried to keep him away, but he just wouldn't stop. I had to stop him. There was nothing else I could do. Anyway, I've been living on my own for the past couple of days. It's been tough, but thankfully I found an area with power and internet, which is why I can talk to you. Thank you for sharing your story. I'm sorry to hear about Flynn. Please share my story. I want people to know about what happened. Of course. While I've been trying to collect info online, I completely forgot to check in on Danyon yesterday. He still hasn't responded to any of my texts. I'm hearing noises outside again. I swear to God, it sounds like someone is banging on my door, but there's no way in hell I'm going downstairs to check. It got in. I don't know how, but it got in. I'm hiding. I'm sorry if I'm gone for a while. I have to stay hidden and keep my phone off. It produces light. I am so sorry. Stay hidden, man, but please let us know as soon as you're safe. He's refused to tell me his name or his location yet. All I know is that he said his state is close to Virginia. Sorry if this is premature, but your buddy who, went insane? What nonsense did he say? I'd rather not talk about it. I found a place to hunker down for a while. Plenty of food, water, and power. I hate to do this, but does, at look into the light, sound like the nonsense your friend was saying? We think it may be Danyon, the sun-vanished friend who stopped responding. I don't want it to be true, but you're our only source of information for now. They are not like anything Flynn was saying at all. Don't give this person the time of day. I found his Twitter when looking for people online who were dealing with the same situation I am, so I made this account to reach out to him. It's global, but the majority of people are without power and therefore internet. Even more of a majority aren't themselves anymore. That's why news, government, everything stopped. We are the lucky few. It's finally gone. I think I'm safe now. I didn't stick around to get a good look, but they're big, and they can move fast as hell when they want to. I have no idea how, but the front door is unlocked and wide open. The alarm never came on either. I guess it got reset during one of the blackouts. Some good news for once. Danyon is back. Before you all ask, he seems to be in his right mind. I need to get serious about securing my house. It's primitive, I know, but it's a first step, and apparently more reliable than my alarm system. Let me know if you all have other ideas to keep my house secure. It's getting colder again. I'm running low on food and water. I feel like I could sleep for a week. I found a car with a decent amount of gas in the tank. All I need is a siphon. Don't worry, bud. I'll be there soon. Yeah, I've got plenty of food and water where I am. Plus, I know where to get more. I wish I could help TSV. I have a confession to make. I've been keeping something from you all. Over the course of the last week, I've been increasingly paranoid about someone or something coming into my house while I'm sleeping. And I don't think it's one of those lights. It feels different. I can't explain it, but I can sense it. And last night, after I put cans on door handles, I've been waking up to clanging sounds. But I'm not certain if it's real or just my imagination. So, now it's time to put my paranoia to the test. If the flower is disturbed, we will know. The person from British Columbia who messaged me earlier just sent me this. I had a nightmare about that picture. Just woke up to more screaming outside. The screaming isn't like last time. Very sporadic. I can't tell where it's coming from. The flower is untouched. I keep trying to record the screaming when I hear it, but the microphone isn't picking it up. I think the screaming is coming from the neighbor's house. Yeah, my parents and sister are staying together. They're on the West Coast, but seem to be doing fine. I check in on them regularly. Just curious, what year did we graduate high school? LOL, what? Never mind. This has been on my mind lately. I know you all don't trust Danyon. I've been reading your tweets and messages, but I just can't bring myself to confront him. He's my friend. I don't have an abundance of those right now. The person who sent me the picture a few nights ago hasn't responded. The flower test hasn't worked yet. The reoccurring screaming outside? I'm about ready to snap. I'm a couple hours away now. What's your address again? I can't believe I'm doing this. Should I trust Danyon? Dude, where are you? I've been waiting. Answer my question. What year did we graduate high school? Bud, we don't have time for this. Answer my question. Answer my question. Are you okay? I'm fine. I'm sorry to say this, but I'm not sure I trust you. Likewise. Well, I guess that's it then. Since you all won't stop DMing me about updates, here's updates for you. I haven't slept since the screaming, ran out of bottled water days ago, been drinking from the faucet, very close to running out of food too, and I hope losing my only close friend will be worth it. Happy? That guy has been pretty suspicious, but I don't know. Honestly, TSV is acting worse than Danyon is. I'm pretty worried. I just woke up and came downstairs to this. Oh my god. I don't know if it's Danyon. I don't know if it's someone else, but I don't plan on sticking around to find out. It's not safe here anymore. I'm packing up and I'm leaving. It's been in the back of my mind for a while, but I'm heading out to the neighbor's house where I've been hearing the screaming. Wish me luck. I'm staying low and staying away from street lights and other light sources, using my flashlight sparingly. This is where I heard the screaming. I'm sure of it.
Hello? Hello?
I found fresh food and water here. Checked every room to be sure I'm alone. It's not just in my head. I know I heard screaming. It was ongoing. And I'm glad I came to investigate because now I have food, water, and a safer place to stay. There have been no signs of activity outside whatsoever. I don't know what's happening exactly, but something's changed. There's a lot more activity outside than I have ever seen before. I've been taking a break from the internet for a bit, trying to recuperate myself. My mind is much clearer now than it was before. I don't know what the catalyst was, but something changed when I left my home. It's been getting worse. I don't have any windows for obvious reasons, but I can hear it all. I can see a blue light from the crack under my door. What's going on at the Mad Joy? Please message me. I think I discovered something interesting. I need to do an experiment to make sure. Details soon. The glass of water is from the neighbor's house I've been staying at. The bottle is from my house about a week ago. Is it just me? Or is the water from my house darker? I feel terrible for what I did and said to Danyon. It's too quiet. I don't like this. I was walking past the coffee table and I noticed this sticking out from under a couple of magazines. I'm going to hang on to this. Makes me wonder if there's anything else around the house. Notes, papers, anything. I'm going to check and poke around. Found nothing yet, and still no response from Danyon or Tucker. I feel so isolated. FYI, it is sort of a sensitive subject, but I don't have any family to contact. So you all can stop asking. Guys, Danyon is still alive. He just texted me. Listen, I know you don't trust me, and I don't trust you. But if you're still you, you have to get low. Get out of sight, whatever it takes. I've taken Danyon's advice, but I haven't seen or heard anything yet. Still deathly quiet. Whatever flew over my house before is back, but this time it isn't leaving. This thing is making sounds I've never heard before. The vibrations are shaking the house. I couldn't see anything out the window, but I quickly snapped a few pictures just in case before taking cover. I can't believe what I'm looking at. Day 30. It's still there, still making noise. I've locked myself in the bathroom, where there's no windows, trying and failing to sleep. I just woke up to this. I just heard yelling. But this time it sounded like the person was in agony. It's just quiet now. The blue light is still here. The blue light finally disappeared, and that thing flew off and left. Should I leave the bathroom now, or stay put for a little while longer? I left the bathroom. I'm trying my best to stay calm as I type this, but I think there's a dead body in the middle of the street. There's no way I'm taking a picture of a dead body. This is too gruesome. I'm just going to try to avoid it. To take my mind off of what is outside, I dug deeper into the piles of books and papers scattered around the house, and I found something intriguing. I regret my decision to stay. It has gotten incredibly lonely, and I have come to terms with the fact that I may never see Martha or my grandkids again. I pray to God that they, at the very least, are safer than I am. I have no real caution or regard for my own life anymore. I can only hope that what I gather from my near-suicidal experiments can be useful to someone else at a later date. I either die and be at peace, or I get more information. Both outcomes sound favorable. Experiment notes. I placed several flashlights around the perimeter of the house, testing them at different intensities, the control being no light at all. I believe the entities are more attracted to the flashlights than myself. Why? I got back inside before any permanent damage was done. Experiment notes. Blue lights appeared after day 6 in the dark. Significance? Light sources do not seem to attract their presence. Unlike the entities producing white/red flashing lights, the blue lights are higher in elevation and also seem to come from a different entity altogether. I believe the blue lights may also be more likely to more in unison. However, there is no way to know for certain until they return. If they return at all. It finally happened. I was being reckless, and I looked into the lights. The red light. I feel empty inside. The sun is back. Yes, the sun is still gone. I've no clue what this journal is talking about. Seems like the same talking nonsense Tucker was talking about with his friend Flynn. I am alive. Sorry I was gone so long. Power went out where I was, so I've relocated. Trying to slowly work my way towards the west coast, so my reception is a bit spotty. I saw the picture you took with the thing in the sky. If you ever see one of those again, get as low as you can. And if you see the blue light, do not let it shine on you. I'm so glad to hear from you. Are you okay? Daniel texted me saying to stay low too. Yeah, I've been doing okay considering what I've been through. Why should I not let the blue light shine on me? What happened that makes you say that? Well, when I got out, I saw someone running away. And when the blue light shined on them, they... well, suffice it to say, it wasn't pretty. Just past the Virginia state line. Hoping my family will be okay. They said they haven't seen anything out of the ordinary. The body's just gone. Didn't see what happened to it, but it's not in the street anymore. I took a chance and decided to drive through Indianapolis. That was a mistake. Crawling with headlights. The water from this house is dark now. Thankfully I filled up my bottles with clean water, but I won't be able to stay here much longer after I run out. Daniel, I'm sorry for what I did. Please respond. 20 hours later, still no response. Been hiding out waiting for the roads to clear, slowly making progress. Thankfully, there's been no activity to take note of. I'm worried about Tucker, though. Guys, someone is at the window. It's too dark to make out anything. I just hear frantic knocking. It could be Daniel, or it couldn't be. I guess there's only one way to find out. They're still there at the window. I don't know what to do. The person is still standing at the window, but they aren't making noise anymore. Oh god, never mind. They're banging on the window now. I think with their head? They're in the house now. They're looking for me. Been hiding for 20 hours. I think they're gone. I need to check the house first. Where should I check first? I'm heading upstairs. The person has definitely been up here. They're still there upstairs. Just snap this before getting out of there. Staying low. Staying safe. She seems to be in a trance. She was trying to track me down before, but now, even if I'm right in front of her, she doesn't react. I don't think she's a threat anymore. I locked her in the room where she's standing. Holy shit. I woke up to find the door busted open. Oh god. She's here. After the car horn, I heard a gunshot. I found your Twitter. Is that you honking outside? And the gunshot? Yep. So we have the same problem as we had before. Can I trust you? At your 11th birthday party, I gave you a Batman Lego set. Is that good enough? Grab your stuff, let's go. Now I'm finally back. There's so much that I have to catch you all up on. You won't believe what I've seen. After the last video I tweeted, Daniel and I drove a ways into the boonies to stay away from where all the activity is in town. He brought camping gear, so we've stayed in a tent out in the woods for the last couple weeks. It wasn't long before we were out of range from any cell towers, but I made sure to still document anything significant. On our way out of town, we noticed what looked to be a star in the sky. But almost as soon as I pulled my phone out, the star disappeared. Once we got far away enough where we couldn't see the city lights anymore, we set up camp. It was actually sort of peaceful for a bit, and it gave Daniel and I plenty of time to catch up. But unfortunately, there was some rising conflict between us. Daniel isn't a fan of me broadcasting my situation to the internet. He thinks it's dangerous. My philosophy is that I have a chance to reach other people who might be in the same situation as I am. But suffice to say, he hasn't been in a hurry to get back to reception. At this point, we had been arguing for days on what to do next, until our decision was made for us. The storm rolled in, and we saw this. So, with the activity getting closer to our campsite, I finally convinced Janyan for us to pack up and drive towards the closest cell tower. Do I trust Danyan? Yes. Do I trust his judgment? I'm not so sure. We've been camping out next to the cell tower. Danyan took the car and left a few hours ago to find more fuel to siphon. While Danyan is gone, I'm free to answer any questions you all have. How close is the activity to your campsite? I haven't seen anything yet, thankfully. Fingers crossed. Hey TSV, I'm Nat. I've survived 2 months now thanks to the info you've accumulated and shown us. I owe you. I want to make Guide for Survival, pick up where the news outlets left off. I've been trying to collect anything I can from other survivors out there and was wondering if you have any tips. Without knowing your situation, all I can say is to stay low. If you're inside, stay away from windows and doors. Good luck to you in your survival guide. Did you see that thing in the sky again? No, not since the video I posted a few days ago. Why do you think the sun went out? I honestly have no clue. There's a lot of speculation and theories floating around, but I'm more focused on staying alive and out of trouble. Aren't you even a little bit curious? There's so much going on and so little explanation. Somebody has to be the truth seeker. I have a piece of advice. A little obvious, but useful in case no one knows. If you hear a shuddering sound and flashing lights, get on the ground and do not move. If you think you have time, hide in a room with no windows, or if you're outside, hide on the ground or in a ditch. I hope this info is worth something. Hey, it's weird to think there's others of you out here. I'm experiencing this in Georgia, but the cell towers have been out for a long time, so I never thought to contact anyone else. The situation is bad here as well. I've kept decently safe around my house. I was a pretty paranoid person to begin with, so everything was locked up, and I rarely went outside. I was with my brother, until the supplies started to run out. He went out there with an old radio we had. I had contact with him for a while, and, well, I haven't seen him or heard from him in about a week. I'm worried, but knowing him, he might be fine. My parents live near, but just before this happened, my mom went to New Zealand to visit her family. I just hope it's safe over there and that I can contact them soon since the cell signal is back up. Sorry for this being so long, but it's nice to see people out there. I was worried there wasn't anyone left. That's my story at least, but I can't shake the feeling like something is behind all this, and it's closer to home than we think. Forget the world you know. Forget economy, religion, gender, and the barriers we have built for each other in the sun. If you want to survive, you will have to do whatever it takes, even the things you would not have done months ago. Stay away from them and away from the lights. Hey, good to see there are others like me out there, surviving and staying hidden. I've been at my folks' camp in upstate New York for some time now, managing to live off canned goods they keep here. They weren't home when I made it to their house, and I haven't been able to get a hold of them since it got dark. As a matter of fact, I haven't seen or heard any of the handful of locals that live in this area. It's almost like everyone vanished. I thought I heard gunshots back in June one night, but I was sleeping when the noise started, so I'm not too sure. Tried contacting @thesunvanished after I got this Twitter account working, but I'm not sure if they got the message. I got no response. Next time I hear those weird angry washing machine noises outside the RV, I'll try to get some video. I don't understand. How can all these people on Twitter still be seeing the sun if we can't? What the hell is going on? Don't know how much longer I can stay here. I'm almost out of food and water. Might have to go into town and have a look around. It's creepy as hell. I drove through the night this all started and haven't been back through since. I'll see if I can post pics of what I find. Tried plenty of stations, but I haven't been able to get a whole lot on my radio. Maybe there's still people broadcasting out there? I just woke up and Danyan is still gone. Heyo, sorry if this message sends later than it should. Cell towers in Georgetown shorted out a few weeks back. Haven't been able to get into contact with anyone since. Word of advice. Don't go onto the 113 if you're in Delaware. It's an impractical death sentence. And for the love of God, do not go to any military base within your area. Try going to the Coast Guard station just outside of Georgetown. It ain't a pretty sight through there. That's really all I had to say. I'll keep you posted if any other exploits or warnings come up. It might be common knowledge, but I don't think it hurts to note that I'm 100% certain different colored objects have different behaviors. Red ones are more aggressive, and the only blue lights I've ever seen have looked like they were way further up than the others. Where are you? No response in close to 12 hours. Hello, Nat. I saw you from @thesunvanished, and I thought it would be helpful to talk to you. I live in Utah in a pretty rural area with farms and stuff. I am a teenager. I used to live with my parents a bit, and they went out looking for supplies about a week and a half ago. So now I don't have anybody. I didn't have a lot of friends in the first place, but now I don't have any, and it's getting pretty lonely out here. You didn't see people often before, but now you don't see anybody. In the beginning, I heard a couple gunshots, but they stopped soon. Now all I hear is weird noises sometimes. My dad was a trucker, so we have a pretty big radio. The only thing I heard was keep low and stay away from the lights. Most importantly, don't let anyone in unless they have proof of their sanity. And I haven't heard anything since. Right now I'm locked in my room, and there is someone outside of my door walking around the house. I'm running out of supplies, and I think I need to get out of here. I'm just waiting for the right time. I just hope the people like me and you can outlive this. I'm stuck here with no car, no gun, just a tent and the essentials. Hey Nat, my name's Bo. I'm an air traffic controller at MacDill Air Force Base here in Florida. Only about 40 of us are left. Currently we're hiding in a small bunker outside the main base. I just wanted to share the transmissions from other military installations in the United States government we've been able to receive. It didn't take the military that long to realize that firearms were not very effective against these things. The darkness made it especially hard for us to fight them before it was too late. The government was crippled in a matter of days, and the last thing we heard from the White House was that the president was being transported to a safe location. We lost contact with Fort Benning a week ago, and without them we are completely in the dark about what's going on. We've managed to stay hidden, but people are getting restless. Because of that, I don't see us lasting much longer. If MacDill fell, chances are almost every other base in the US has too. In my opinion, I think we're on our own for now. The one piece of advice I think I can share with you is to remember that everything we do from now on is dangerous. Don't move if you don't have to, and always stay on your guard, because chances are you're being watched. I'll try to keep in touch. God bless you and stay safe. I only have 38 hours of battery left, if Danyan doesn't come back with the car. Hello, Nat. Name's Burak. I live in Izmir, Turkey, and I have a few tips for you to post in your survival guide. Here's the first thing. I found a military base and decided to sneak in. I went in the time you didn't say anything about it. There were warnings, energy, and food. I went to check it out. Here's what happened. First off, in the base there were multiple red lights. I could hear them. The Turkish army's water supply is extremely dark. Haven't seen any men, but my experience was traumatizing. Guys, we have a new problem. I can't see anything, but I can hear someone walking around my tent. Oh god, never mind. Now I can see. This one is different from the others. It's just wandering aimlessly and flickering at random intervals. You should go investigate it. Seems like it's malfunctioning or something. This would be the perfect chance to get a good look at what we are up against. I'm fighting the urge to go check it out. I know it's too risky, but I've only 5 hours of battery left. Not a single sign of Danyan returning, and not much else to lose. Hey, not sure if anyone will see this. I'm Charles from the Chicago area. I've been hiding out up near Lake County and made my way to the city. I've had nasty run-ins with the lights, but just made it. I'm currently hiding inside the O'Hare Airport. If anyone could send some backup or a team or something, it will be appreciated greatly. However, the lights are patrolling the property, so you have to be careful. I've been moving around the airport. Warning, if you hear footsteps, do not approach. Hide and wait to see if they're human. Signs of life include breathing, consistent movement, and intelligible speech. I'm leaving the tent to investigate outside. Quickly snapped this photo and got the hell out of there. I followed it into the crops to get a good look at it. The crops are about 6 to 7 feet high, so that gives you a good idea of how much taller it was. Less than 2 hours of battery left. I'm powering down my phone for now. Wish me luck. I hope to hear from you again. Hey there, Nat. My name's James, and I live in the Midwest in a pretty small town. I've been on my own without contact from friends or family for the past 2 weeks or so, and I've only left my bedroom, which is located in my apartment, twice to go get all the food and water I possibly can. There's been several points where I could see those lights, mostly just flashing through my bedroom window and nothing else. Thing is, I have no idea what to do when resources run out. I suppose I could go about it like TSV and escape to somewhere safer. Speaking of which, has there been any news on government institutions, mainly things like FEMA shelters or the military? I'm sorry for all of this rambling. I've needed to talk to someone for weeks. Yeah. Anyways, just stay safe. I hope for the best for everyone in this disaster. Hey everyone. Sorry it's been so long. Before you ask, no, I'm not really okay. The trek to the West Coast was unsuccessful. I couldn't get through Indianapolis. I haven't heard from my family. I haven't heard from my family. Just caught up on TSV's situation. Wow. I don't trust Danyan or TSV at all. At all. They're both very suspicious. TSV isn't safe. I'm not safe. Nobody is safe. You cannot trust anyone except for yourself. Save yourself. Hello there. I'm in a suburban area in Wisconsin. I'm currently alone and have snuck over to the outskirts of the nearby city. It seems like there are more strobes in the more densely populated areas like cities. My advice is to just sneak into other nearby homes to look for supplies instead of higher risk areas. Hey Nat, my name's Chris. My girlfriend and me are dealing also with this situation. We are located in Germany. We found shelter in an old abandoned bunker from World War II. We feel safe for now. We've lost contact with our relatives about 2 weeks ago. Sounds and light attracts these things. A lot of people in our little town we were living are like mindless now. Water is dark and it seems it causes hallucinations. And I also have something to share. Military ain't a good idea. Firstly, we tried to go to the police station, but it was empty. Then we went to a military base. We heard gunshots and there were dozens of red lights and hundreds of those mindless people going all crazy. We left as far as we could. And one thing more. Stay away from animals too. We saw a boar. It was staying on the same place for about 10 minutes. It's ridiculous, I know. But we doesn't had any food left, so I decided to kill it. Well, I tried. As I took my gun out, it turned around, stared at me, and attacked me. We escaped, but I think this boar was infected with whatever those lights do. Because a few hours later, the forest was full of animals and those mindless people. I guess they're somehow connected to each other. Now we are hiding in that bunker. Only 8 rounds left. 6 MREs and 3 bottles of water. Outside are dozens of them. If they don't go, I don't know what to do. Don't be dumb. Stay. Whatever it costs. I miss my family. Hello, Nat. It's James again. My situation has been getting steadily worse since that first message I sent you. More lights seem to be... I don't know, is patrolling the right word? They seem to act intelligently. Something probably already known by you, but whatever. And sentiently. I've also seen more of those weird ships. I call them origami ships. They periodically float above my neighborhood every 2 or so days. I guess trying to scope out for more survivors. I might try to make a beeline for it towards my car. I'll update you if that happens. Hey Nat, the name's Steve Baltimore. This is my first time gaining access to the internet in who knows how long ever since the sun first disappeared. So I've decided to give you my experience and advice dealing with this dilemma before I eventually lose access again, or die. To save time, I'll shorten it. I live in a neighborhood in the southern part of the Piedmont area of North Carolina. A group of friends and I have survived for around a few months or so. Timekeeping is not our priority. Having connections are important. In these times, having people you can trust at your side is great for your mentality. As for the rest of our neighborhood's residents, their homes went silent around a week after the sun disappeared. We've explored the neighborhood we are in, only to find nobody. Though we still stay at my house for now. Anyhow, I'll try to get back to you soon with better details. The connection is getting worse as I type. Thank you for listening. Should I try to message Tucker and interview him? Tucker, are you online? Yes. Can I help you? I wanted to ask you a few questions. Were you able to get back to Virginia? Yeah, back where I started. I see. Why do you repeat certain words and phrases? Excuse me? You've been repeating certain words and phrases in your tweets and messages. Usually a sign of drinking contaminated water? I'm fine. It isn't that big of a problem. Okay, well, what about your family? What happened to them? We are not talking about that. If you mention that again, I will block you. I will block you. Okay. Have you seen what the strobe/headlights look like? Kinda. I've been able to make out a silhouette of one of them. What did it look like? It kinda had the shape of a person, but definitely didn't move like a person. Can you elaborate? What did it move like? I don't know. Not normal. If it has the shape of a person, did you see its head? I don't know. Did it chase after you? How tall was it? I don't know. How did you get away? I don't fucking know. When you're in the moment, fight or flight, you aren't thinking about this shit. You don't know its details, you just have to stay alive. I'm sorry, but we just want to know what's going on. Nat, have you ever been in a situation like I have? Have you ever had to run like your life depends on it? Because if you had, you'd understand how difficult it is to recall things. When you're in situations like that, all you care about is one thing: survival. You're right. I haven't been through something like that. Nat, how old are you? 14. I get it. You're young and eager to obtain information because you have no idea what's really out there. But I promise you, if you experience things for yourself, you'd have a very different set of priorities. Where have you been staying this whole time? In your house? Yeah. So cut me some slack, because you haven't been through what I have. Listen, just give me some time. I'll come to you when I jog my memory about what I've seen, okay? Okay. I'm back. It's been a long time, but I'm back. I don't have much time. Extremely low battery, but there's a car close by. I can see it. From what I can tell, the car door is open and dinging, meaning the keys are still in the ignition. Oh god, it's warm here. This is a hot spot, but it's my one ticket to getting my phone charged and getting away from here. Have to get to a colder location. I promise I'll explain everything. Alright, I'm not in a cold spot yet, but where I am will do for now. The ships have certain identifiable flight patterns. You could tell where they tread often by the temperature of the area. Hot spots. Where they don't go as often is much more safe cold spots. after I powered off my phone to save the last little bit of battery juice, some followers of the Twitter account figured out where I was and came to rescue me. They brought me to their shelter and had food and clean water, so I decided to live with them for about 2 months. Then I think the flight patterns changed, and we got found out. And they didn't make it. That's why I've had to learn how to evade the ships on my own over the last few weeks or so. Finally found a good cold spot. There's something that I've been avoiding talking about. When Daniel left, he said he would come back, but he never did. He basically left me for dead out there in the woods. I didn't really say anything here, but I was so angry at him. I couldn't believe I trusted him. But when I turned my phone back on, I got a flood of texts from him. Hey bud, you haven't answered any of my calls, so I don't really know if you're going to get this or not. I just wanted to say I'm sorry. The way I treated you, even the few times where my mind was actually clear, wasn't fair to you. I shouldn't have left you there. I was scared and I was confused and I didn't know what else to do. Because of what I know, I got in trouble with some people. They're threatening to kill me if I don't tell them what they want to know. Do you remember when we used to be close? Before moving away and starting our own lives? We were happy. I know it's something everyone says. Those were simpler times, but they really were. LOL. There was so much stuff I never did and never said. But it's too late now. I had my chances to fess up. Again, I'm so sorry. If I'm not a goner by the time you read this, here's the latitude. Here's the longitude. I wish I was a better friend to you. I wish I had responded to Daniel earlier. Hey, listen to me. You aren't a goner. You were not a goner. I'm gonna find you, okay? Please tell me you were reading these. His coordinates are really, really far away. But I have to find him. Even though I'm still upset at him for what he did, can't leave him in whatever the hell situation he's gotten himself into. I can't move on with that on my conscience. There's something else that I haven't told you all. I neglected to mention it because I had no idea what I saw or heard. But now I have actual proof. About a month ago, I saw one of the ships flying nearby, and after a loud noise, it suddenly exploded and then came crashing down. Honestly, at the time, I thought I was hallucinating or something. But now I'm fairly certain I wasn't. That's definitely not one of the ships. That's a jet. Happy birthday to me! Hey kid, glad to see you're online again. I'm sorry for popping off like I did. I let my emotions get the best of me. You're doing a good thing here with your Twitter. Don't be afraid to keep broadcasting people's first-hand accounts and experiences. Hello, Nat. My name is Leon, and I am currently in my boarded-up home. People have been wandering around the streets, and it is hard to not help my neighbors. But it looks as though they have drank the water. Thank God that I was informed about how the water works. I have a theory that, instead of simply disappearing, the sun is still there, and the earth is covered by something. Whether it is by the largest alien ship or some sort of sheet, I don't know. But if the sun were gone, we'd be able to see millions of stars, because there would be no light pollution. But it is pitch black. Been slowly but surely making my way towards the coordinates Daniel sent. I get paranoid when I'm outside of a cold spot for too long. Whoever owned this car previously, they had an adult-sized sleeping bag and a child-sized sleeping bag in the back. It really hit me. Just how many people have been impacted by all of this? How many friends? How many families? I wish I could do more to help. It's weird being so open and talkative to you all now, but it's nice to actually communicate with people again. Hey Nat, I think I know where TSV might be. Last several weeks has been a lot of fighter jets flying around where I've been staying. Turns out there's an Air Force base, but not 10 miles from me. Do you think TSV is near an Air Force base? It's been quiet here for a long time. No lights, no people. Just cold and quiet. I'm much more stable now if that wasn't already obvious by these tweets. But the shit that happened, I keep replaying the events in my mind over and over and over and over. The images won't go away. My parents and my sister. The ship was there, and a blue flash just completely mutilated them. If I had done things differently, if I'd never stormed off after that screaming match and moved away, if I hadn't been selfish, they would still be alive right now. And then those fucking things came after me. Strobes, headlights, whatever you want to call them. I knew not to look at their red lights, so I shut my eyes as tight as I could. They didn't like that, so one grabbed me by the throat and repeatedly slammed my head into the wall. I got out of there within an inch of my life. And the thing I'll never forget, when I glanced back while running away, was seeing it look towards me. There was a large cylinder protruding from its head, and I swear to God, its arms and legs grew right in front of my eyes. Just read at the Mad Joys updates. Oh my God. Been staying in another cold spot. This one clearly hasn't been traveled in a long time. The trees are dying here. Used to have these kinds of evergreens in my backyard when I was a kid. It's disturbing to see them dying now. I'm a Russian soldier camping out in an old military base, and recently killed what we called them,
Демонические огни.
or demon lights. We shot a ship out of the sky in an old World War II anti-air cannon, and it attacked our camp. We killed it with a T-14 Armada, an armored tank. We quickly learned contact with the body equals death. More are coming. Some are bigger than others, and a mothership is right above our base, and it will crush us if we shoot it. Please acknowledge this, for it might be our last stand. Just drove past a junkyard full of cars. Something odd I noticed. All of the mirrors were gone. Hi Nat, I'm Mike. Glad I found you. I was at my cabin near the border of Minnesota and Canada, close to Lake Superior when all this went down. I was probably the only one for miles at that point. I've never seen the flashing lights others are talking about, but it's gotten cold here fast. For a while I was catching fish and just living off of what I caught, but now I'm out of propane for the cabin. I do, however, have a generator and a ton of gasoline after stealing it from every house and cabin for 10 miles in every direction. Whenever I run out of gasoline, I'm likely going to die. That is terrifying. Here's the lake. It shouldn't be this cold in October. It has made fishing impossible. The snow isn't really snow. Superior is so big that when the wind blows, open parts of the lake spray water from the waves that become snow. None of it has come from the sky. There are no stars, no northern lights, and no sources of light other than the flash on my camera. After reading what you have written, I never do this anymore and try to stay as dark as possible. Luckily, about a mile away lives one of those crazy doomsday preppers. He had a bunker full of canned food, gasoline, guns, cash, 80-gallon drums of water, and another generator. We all have generators up here because of winter storms. He's been saving all this stuff since Y2K, almost 19 years ago. Finally came in handy, at least for me. I haven't seen another person for months. My water supply is fine because it's in those drums are from my own well. I would advise people who can move to get away to rural areas. It's dark and scary, but there are no flashing strobes nor zombie people. At least not yet. And if they come, I have more ammo than I know what to do with. I had a dream about Danyon, but it was more like a memory, I guess. When we were little, we would climb into this giant dead tree in our neighborhood. The branches could barely support our weight, so we would kick and push each other's branches until one eventually would snap. I can't help but feel like I'm already too late. I haven't heard a word from him. Something feels really off, but I can't put into words why. Wait, what the hell do you all mean I've been gone for a month? It's only been a week or so. I don't remember how I got here. I'm racking my brain, trying to think of what happened. I wish I tweeted more so I could remember. But you guys are right. It's been a month. You got some extra letters in that tweet, homie. Maybe take a nap? That's the first thing I'd do if I lost a whole month. Have you checked your camera roll or anything to see if there's any stuff from the days you missed? I feel like that's what I've been doing, napping. have so little energy, but I should definitely check my camera roll. These were taken 4 years ago. For some reason, they were in an album called Remember. I know I sound crazy, but it feels okay to stay here. I think here is safe, next to the water. Next to the water. You need to leave now. You are not safe. This is exactly what the water is designed for. They're going to come for you. Something is keeping me here. I try to leave, but I just come right back. I don't know what to do. I can't believe I'm alive. I'm alive. It took everything out of me. I kept forgetting why I needed to leave. But you all helped me. Thank you. Thank you. I understand now what people mean when I hear about close encounters with these things. It isn't just a light. It looks into you. You alright? Yeah, just a bit scraped up. I meant mentally, not physically. I don't know. I feel different, I guess. I swear on my life that I didn't look into the light. It's just that I've never been this close to one before. Yeah, I think I understand what you mean. But what did you mean by, this is exactly what the water was designed for in your tweet? From what I've heard, that seems to be the purpose of whatever is in the water. It leaves you psychologically vulnerable and easily influenced by circumstances. The question is where it came from and why. Why do they want us alive? The blue light from the ships seems to be an exception, but I've had plenty of narrow escapes from the water, the headlights, and the ships. And I can't be the only one. I mean, I'm crafty, but not that crafty. What the hell do they want with us? I'm safe now. Free to answer any questions you all might have. How do you manage to get internet so you can talk with me? 50-50 chance of cell towers working. But I'm surprised how versatile internet servers are in situations like this. I've been asking that myself for a while now. I don't know how to say this without sounding like a tinfoil hatter, but I'm starting to feel like this isn't sheer luck. What's your next plan of action? Still making my way towards Daniel's last known coordinates. I'm running low on fuel again, though. I've heard nothing from him still, but I reread his last text almost every day, trying to see if there's anything I miss. Anything that could help. I'm still over 100 miles away. I really need to pick up the pace, but I also don't want to attract unwanted attention. I'm a musician from Japan. I've been trapped in a hotel for a while. I would have contacted, but it took me a while to translate from Japanese to English. One of these things has been staying around my hotel, and I'm not able to leave. I was able to get a picture, though. So far, I think no one has gotten into the hotel other than us, who have been here from the start. I don't know what to do, because food is running short and we can't leave to get more. Do you think you'll be the same guy if you survive in the end? I don't want to be rude, but what end? I don't see how this is going to stop anytime soon. But I have to survive. I have to. I need to make sure Daniel is okay, at the very least breathing. He's all I have now. No other friends, no family. This is my chance to make things right. Make it right? He left you for dead. No, he didn't. In his text, he talked about getting in trouble with some people. He was running. It wasn't his fault. A question for all of you. What's your reason to wake up in the morning? Are you okay? Yeah, I'll be fine. Anyway, I have some news of my progress. I'm on a highway, the quickest route to get to Daniel's coordinates. Only problem is that this highway takes me through a city. It's risky, but if I take the chance, going through the city will take much less time than trying to go around. What do you guys think? City it is. I'll start driving again soon. Wish me luck. Cell 11. Yes, I was arrested. It's been at least 5 years since I served my debt to society and tried to live a normal life. Don't think I'm trying to make excuses and repeat a well-known cliche, but I really had a rough childhood. I lost my father in a work accident, and shortly after, my mother succumbed to alcoholism. If I wanted to eat, I had to learn to beg, or steal. So it wasn't hard to get involved in more serious things, dangerous groups and bad influences. That's the recipe for ending up in jail at 21. Even though I had some run-ins with the police and even spent a night in the local precinct cell, nothing prepared me for what I would face behind bars. I got there and felt weak. Like the kid I was, just a child who had barely left diapers and already thought he ruled the block. There were many internal rules there, and you'd be surprised how respectful men who broke the law could be with each other. There were certain ethical norms, and in cases of disrespect, the court came into play. The court was a group formed by Francis, the boss of a faction, and some of his trusted men. They judged some issues and decided punishments, which could range from doing the laundry for the guy who offended for the rest of the week to something heavier. The guards didn't even bother, actually. It seemed to work well and saved them some trouble. And in return, Francis and his buddies received some perks, like cigarettes and chocolates. Some of the most notable rules in jail were never cut in line to the cafeteria, don't touch others' things without permission, and don't disrespect other inmates' visits. All of this seemed normal and reasonable. But there was one specific rule that bothered me. Never look at the painting on the wall of cell 11. I remember hearing some murmurs down the corridor from time to time, but the first time I understood the issue was on a night when Old Munford was telling his stories. Old Munford was a card-carrying swindler, used to deceive people with a mask of senility, and as you might expect, prison was a goldmine for him, where his skills of smooth talk and diplomacy fit well along with, of course, an excellent talent for storytelling to pass time on nights when it was too hot to sleep early. That particular night, the conversation revolved around the unwritten rules of the prison, and that's when Munford mentioned the mysterious rule of Cell 11. "Listen up, lads," he said with a tone of seriousness that grabbed everyone's attention. "In Cell 11, there's a painting on the wall, and there's a very clear rule about it. Never, under any circumstances, look directly at it." The murmurs spread throughout the circle of inmates. "It was painted by a guy who passed through here a long time ago for killing his own mother. He was locked up in solitary confinement in Cell 11, and during a psychotic episode, he used something that no one really knows what it is to paint the eye. They say that since then, strange things happen to those who defy this rule, from terrible nightmares to disappearances." "Alright, old man, enough of scaring the ladies," Francis's voice interrupted, and I swear I could see some inmates jump at fright. Some colleagues nervously laughed, trying to dissipate the heavy atmosphere that had settled. I, on the other hand, couldn't shake those words from my head. The painting in Cell 11, the psychotic murderer, the stories of nightmares and disappearances. All of it intrigued me in a way I hadn't expected. That night, lying in my own cell, the thought of the painting haunted me. I couldn't shake the feeling that something sinister loomed over that macabre art. Days passed and I did my best to avoid any mention of Cell 11, even though I thought about it all the time. It was a kind of obsession, mixed with fear and apprehension. I longed to know more, but I didn't have the courage to ask. However, fate, or perhaps my own imprudence, decided to play with me. I was playing basketball on one of the sports nights we had in the yard when Bob, a big, tall guy, threw himself against me to prevent a basket I was about to make. I felt my body collide with Bob's, and for a moment, the air seemed to have been sucked out of the room. I found myself awkwardly falling to the ground, the sound of my body hitting the concrete echoing in my mind. As I tried to catch my breath, I saw Bob's face, contorted in a mixture of anger and triumph. He knew he had taken me down. I took a deep breath, ignoring the throbbing pain spreading through me, and struggled to get up. Bob was laughing, a guttural sound that seemed to resonate in my ears. It only fueled my irritation. I wanted to retaliate, but I knew it would only result in bigger problems. So I swallowed my wounded pride and moved on, trying to focus on the game. But when the game ended, and everyone began to disperse, I felt a heavy gaze upon me. It was Bob, staring at me with a disturbing intensity. I frowned, feeling uncomfortable with the way he was watching me. It wasn't like I had never faced intimidating stares before, but there was something different about the way he was looking at me. Something that sent shivers down my spine. I tried to ignore him and move on, but his presence hung over me like a shadow. As I walked away from the court, I felt a chill run down my spine. I decided to head back to my cell, hoping to find some peace and quiet there. But upon arrival, I was met with an unpleasant surprise. The guard responsible for the corridor, Tully, was standing in front of cell 11, with the door open and staring inside, mouth agape. "Hey, Tully?" I asked, approaching at a safe distance. "Guard Tully?" I leaned toward him. Suddenly, his neck jerked. His face slowly began to turn to face me. Now the moonlight caught his face very well, illuminating the pale skin that reflected like a beacon in that dark corridor. I could see now the tear streaks down his cheek, his eyes staring at me with an irritated red hue, as if he hadn't blinked in a while. Without changing the expression on his face, a scream poured from his throat along with a thick strand of saliva. My legs started to tremble as I watched the surreal scene unfold before me. Part of me wanted to run away as fast as possible, but another part was paralyzed by fear and morbid curiosity. What the hell was happening to him? Tully continued to stare at me with his bloodshot eyes, emitting that shrill scream that echoed through the empty prison corridors. I could feel my heart pounding irregularly in my chest as my mind tried to find a logical explanation for it all. The guard then staggered towards me, with a wobbly step, and placed his hand on my shoulder. I felt the grip tightening. "Tully, please!" I said louder, not to him, but to see if it would attract the attention of someone who could help. He put the other hand even stronger, his face now inches from mine, allowing me to smell an acidic odor emanating from his hoarse voice. Now his nails digging into my uniform, and I could hear them entering my skin, tearing. "Stop! Please!" My screams attracted another guard, who intervened in the situation before things got even more out of control. It took 2 more colleagues to get him off me, and 3 more to take him away from there, while I remained trembling and trying to process what had just happened. My whole body was tense, muscles contracted by fear and adrenaline. I couldn't get the image of Tully's face out of my mind. My mind automatically returned to the stories Munford had told about Cell 11 and the wall. Did that have any connection to what I had just witnessed? Was there really something painted on the wall? I looked at that open door, the number 11 engraved on the door's lead. It seemed to invite me, to mess with me. I could go there, see what was inside the cell. No one would need to know, right? I found myself raising my hand without even realizing it, heading towards the door, ready to open it a little more and see inside the cell, when a voice echoed behind me in the corridor, calling my name. I jumped out of the trance, startled, and turned to see the nurse who was calling me to be taken to the infirmary.
"These are pretty nasty injuries,"
she commented, as she examined the wounds. It was nothing. I tried to sound tough. The only thing I noticed was the surreal beauty of the woman I hadn't seen before. I saw the name Linda pinned to her badge. I've been through much worse on the streets, Linda. "Miss Linda," she corrected, tightening the bandage knot with a hint of annoyance at the taunt. I let out a small ouch of discomfort, and I could see a small smile forming on her face. "And Tully," I continued, trying to change the subject. He seemed strange, very strange tonight." Linda's expression instantly changed upon hearing the guard's name, her eyes darkening slightly, and a shadow of concern crossing her face. "We still don't have much information. It seems to be a psychotic episode. We had to sedate him." She shook her head, pointing to the stretcher behind me, where he now lay peacefully, in contrast to moments before. "A psychotic episode?" I repeated, my voice sounding more like a whisper than I would have liked. Does this happen here often?" Linda hesitated for a moment, as if pondering what to say. "Not so often, but it happens," she finally replied, carefully choosing her words. "The environment in here can be challenging for some. Not everyone can handle the pressure." A guard entered, requesting the girl's services for a sick inmate. She quickly adjusted the IV in my vein and bid me farewell, saying that I would be under observation that night. That early morning in the infirmary was long and restless. As I lay on the stretcher, watching the shadows dance on the walls in the dim light of the lamp, my mind was in turmoil. The image of Tully's contorted face, his red and empty eyes, continued to haunt my thoughts. Whenever I tried to close my eyes, that memory came back, until, irritated, I decided that I would sleep one way or another. I began to ignore the thoughts and try to induce sleep, no matter how shallow. Gradually, I calmed down, clearing that terrible picture from my mind, when I felt something strange. A tingling sensation took over my body. I felt my face start to warm up and a familiar smell in the air. I could smell that acidic odor coming from Tully's mouth. Now, right in my nose. I started to tremble, the palms of my hands sweating as I thought it was a vivid nightmare. Wishful thinking. I opened my eyes, only for my heart to race abnormally. There, with his face almost lying on mine, with his eyes glazed and his mouth wide open in a silent scream, was Tully, standing. I could see the empty stretcher and the sheets on the floor. On his arm, the needle now disconnected from the IV dripped blood all over the floor, in a darker tone than normal. Panic took hold of me as I stared at that surreal scene before my eyes. I wanted to do something, scream for help, but it was as if I were in sleep paralysis. I wanted to get out of there as fast as possible, but my throat seemed closed, as if fear had completely taken over me. Tully remained there, motionless, like a statue, with his empty eyes and the mouth open in a silent scream. Blood slowly dripped from his disconnected needle, forming small dark puddles on the infirmary floor. Finally, after an eternity, I managed to gather the strength to move. With a tremendous effort, I reached for the button that called for help, and pressed it with all my might. Soon, the guards came running towards me, and I pointed to that flesh statue, trying to explain what had happened. They quickly took control of the situation, removing Tully from the infirmary and calling a medical team to check his condition. I still wake up occasionally trembling and sweating, with the image of the guard staring at me. On some warmer nights, I can even smell the ochre odor escaping from his mouth. I returned to my cell the next day, and Tully never returned to duty. They say he spent the rest of his days in a mental institution. But at that moment, considering all my ignorance, I could only wonder one thing as I stared at the metal bars. What the hell was in Cell 11? And that was Cell 11 by Carl Sefni. Now, as some of you may have noticed, this is a series and has an update already. Turns out there are now 3 parts, including the ending bit. And Carl Sefni has graciously given us permission to read all of them. So you best believe the other 2 parts, they're coming. And I'm very excited because I got to admit, I like the idea of like a really bizarre painting that turns people mad. It instantly makes me think of like H.P. Lovecraft because he loves delving into insanity kind of stuff. It also makes me think of The Picture of Dorian Gray, although that wasn't really about insanity. It was more like he was sort of immortal because of the painting. It was great book. If you haven't read it, I'm not going to really read too much else into it. I don't want to spoil it if you haven't read it, but it's just awesome is what it is. Anyway, those are just kind of the first things that came to mind. I like the idea of there's a bit of backstory, there's a bit of you get a fair bit of world building about what's going on in these cells. You don't really know too much information yet, but you've seen an effect on at least one of the people who is a prison guard, which is quite interesting because if anything you would think, oh, okay, it'll probably be a prisoner who gets put in that cell, or maybe they're walking by one day and they'll go crazy, and that'd be interesting. But having it be a prison guard, I think is just a little bit more interesting because he probably doesn't really know that, that this could happen. Whereas the prisoners, they talk as they would. And so, that's they exchange stories and stuff. I mean, what else can you really do in prison besides just kind of pass the time, right? Whereas as a prison guard, you get to go home. You can go do other things with your life. So it's interesting. It's very, very interesting. I'm curious where the next 2 parts are going to go then. Because this already feels like it's kind of got an ending. It's a good ending. So I'm wondering if we're going to maybe eventually have our main character go into Cell 11. Hopefully we'll get a better description of the painting and stuff. That'd be quite interesting. Maybe they themselves go mad. That'd be something. Yeah, I'm not really sure. I'm very curious to find out, though. I really like this story. This has been Nate at Night. I've enjoyed myself, and I sure hope you have too. We'll see you for part 2. Take care. Thank you so much to our Patreon members and YouTube members for making all this content possible. You know who you are.